Welcome to Sheriff Files. Please like the video, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where are you watching from tonight. Get comfortable, relax, and let's begin. The dogs started howling every evening at 7:13 p.m., to the second, and always in the same direction, east. I'd been sheriff of Millbrook County for 27 years when this happened, and I'd seen my share of peculiar things. Small towns breed strange stories the way stagnant water breeds mosquitoes. But this was different. This was the kind of different that makes a man question whether he's been living in the same world his whole life, or if something else entirely has been wearing its skin. It started in late September, when the leaves were just beginning to turn but hadn't yet begun their annual surrender to the ground. Mrs. Henley called first, voice tight with that particular kind of worry that comes when something's wrong but you can't quite put your finger on what. Her blue heeler Duke had been acting strange for 3 days running. Same time every evening, he'd start up with this mournful howling, nose pointed toward the eastern tree-line like he was trying to summon something from the depths of Millbrook Forest. "Never seen him do nothing like it, Sheriff," she said, her words coming out in that rushed way people talk when they're trying to convince themselves they're not being foolish. "Duke's been with us 8 years, and he's steady as they come. But come 7:13 every night, it's like something's got hold of his soul." I told her what I told most folks when they called about their animals acting up. Probably just catching scent of something wild, maybe a bear or a pack of coyotes moving through. The eastern woods had always been thick and deep, the kind of place where anything might make its home. But even as I said it, something cold settled in my stomach like a stone dropped in still water. The calls kept coming. Tom Brewster's hunting dogs. The Martinez family's German shepherd. Old Carl Whitmore's ancient bloodhound that hadn't made a sound louder than a wheeze in 5 years. Every single one of them, howling at 7:13 p.m., facing east like they were all tuned to the same terrible frequency. By the end of the first week, I drove out to Mrs. Henley's place just to see for myself. Her property backed up against the forest, and she had one of those wraparound porches that gave you a clear view of the tree-line. I arrived at 7 o'clock, cup of her bitter coffee in my hands, watching Duke pace the yard with his ears laid back flat. At exactly 7:13 p.m., the dog stopped mid-stride. His head snapped toward the trees, and he let out a sound I'd never heard from any animal before or since. It wasn't quite a howl and wasn't quite a whine, but something caught between the two, like grief and longing had mated and produced something unspeakable. The sound crawled up my spine and made my teeth ache. But it was what happened next that made my coffee cup slip from my fingers. Every dog in Millbrook joined in. Not all at once, but in a wave that seemed to roll through the town from east to west, one after another, until the entire evening air thrummed with their voices. It lasted exactly 7 minutes, and when it stopped, the silence that followed felt deeper than any quiet I'd ever known. "How long's this been going on again?" I asked Mrs. Henley, though I knew she'd already told me. 10 days now," she said, wrapping her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. "But Sheriff, there's something else." She led me to her kitchen window, the one that faced east toward the forest. On the sill sat a mason jar filled with what looked like ordinary tap water, except it wasn't ordinary at all. The water was perfectly still, but somehow it seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, like a slow heartbeat made liquid. "Started the same night Duke began howling," she said. "Water in every glass, every bowl, every container in the house does the same thing. But only during those 7 minutes. I stared at the water, and I swear I could feel it staring back. The surface never broke, never rippled, but it moved in a way that water shouldn't move, like it was breathing. That night, I went home and filled my own glass with water from the kitchen tap. At 7:13 p.m., I watched it pulse in perfect time with my heartbeat. and I understood that whatever was happening in Millbrook wasn't going to stay confined to the dogs. The next morning brought the first missing person report. Jenny Castellanos, 16 years old, honor student, captain of the volleyball team. Her mother found her bedroom empty at sunrise, window wide open, screen torn from the inside. No signs of struggle, no indication anyone had forced their way in. The girl had simply vanished in the night, leaving behind only the faint scent of pine needles and something else I couldn't identify. Something organic and rich, like fresh-turned earth after a long rain. I organized search parties, called in the state police, did everything by the book. We combed every inch of the eastern woods for 3 days, following trails that seemed to lead nowhere and everywhere at once. The forest felt different during those searches, thicker somehow, as if the very air had weight to it. Sounds carried strangely among the trees, voices echoing back from directions they shouldn't have come from, and more than once I caught myself walking towards something I couldn't see or name. On the third day, we found Jenny's sneakers. They were placed neatly side by side on a fallen log about 2 miles into the forest, laces still tied, no dirt or damage to suggest she'd been running or struggling. Just sitting there like she'd politely removed them and walked away barefoot into the wilderness. The ground around the log was disturbed in a perfect circle, as if something large had been pressing down on the earth. But there were no footprints, no tire tracks, nothing to indicate what might have caused the depression. That evening, the dogs howled again at 7:13 p.m., but this time they seemed more agitated, their voices carrying a note of urgency that made the hair on my arms stand up. And for the first time since this whole business started, I noticed the birds had gone quiet. Not just during the 7 minutes of howling, but completely quiet. No chirping, no rustling in the trees, no wing beats overhead. It was as if every flying thing in Millbrook had simply decided to hold its breath. 3 days later, we lost David Carrick. David was a logger, 43 years old, tough as leather and smart as they come. He knew those eastern woods better than anyone, had been working them since he was 18. His wife called when he didn't come home from his shift, and we found his truck parked at the forest access road, keys still in the ignition, driver's door hanging open like he'd gotten out in a hurry. His work boots were sitting on the hood of the truck, placed there with the same careful precision as Jenny's sneakers had been. His hard hat hung from the side mirror, and his thermos of coffee was still warm on the dashboard. But David himself was nowhere to be found, and the only clue to his whereabouts was a trail of disturbed earth leading straight into the trees, a trail that looked like something had been dragged, but in reverse, as if the forest itself had reached out and pulled him in. That's when I started paying attention to the patterns. Both disappearances had happened on nights when the moon was dark, hidden behind thick clouds that seemed to gather from nowhere. Both victims had left their shoes behind, placed with deliberate care rather than lost in struggle. And both had vanished during the hours between sunset and sunrise, in that window of time when the world belongs more to shadow than to light. But there was something else, something that took me longer to notice because it was so subtle. The eastern woods were growing. Not in any way you could measure with instruments or mark on a map, but growing nonetheless. The treeline that had remained constant for as long as anyone could remember was creeping westward, inch by inch, night by night. Property lines that had been clear for decades were now blurred by saplings that seemed to have sprouted overnight, and the scent of deep forest, that mixture of moss and decay and ancient secrets, was spreading through the town like a slow tide. I started keeping a journal, noting every strange detail, every anomaly that crossed my desk. The water in glasses and bowls continued to pulse during the 7 minutes of howling. Street lights began flickering at 7:13 p.m., not all at once but in sequence, from east to west across the town. Car engines would stutter and miss at the same time every evening, as if something were interfering with their electrical systems. and people began to change. It started small. Folks would get distracted during conversations, their eyes drifting toward the eastern windows. Children would stop playing at 7:13 p.m. and stand perfectly still, heads tilted like they were listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. Even the cats, which had initially seemed immune to whatever was affecting the dogs, began to disappear for hours at a time, returning in the early morning hours with pine needles in their fur and that same rich, earthy scent clinging to their coats. The third disappearance was what finally made me understand we were dealing with something beyond conventional explanation. Eleanor Fitzgerald was 82 years old, arthritic, and hadn't walked more than a few yards without her walker in over a year. She lived alone in a small house on Elm Street, about as far from the eastern woods as you could get and still be in Millbrook. Her neighbor found her gone on a Tuesday morning, front door standing open, walker abandoned in the hallway. We found her slippers in the town square, sitting on the edge of the fountain like she'd paused there to rest. Her shawl was draped over a park bench 2 blocks closer to the forest. Her reading glasses were hanging from a tree branch at the edge of the residential district. And her wedding ring, the ring she'd worn for 63 years and swore would have to be cut from her finger, was sitting on a stump at the very edge of the eastern woods, gleaming in the morning sunlight like it had been polished. The trail of abandoned belongings formed a perfect line from her house to the forest, but there were no footprints, no signs of struggle, no indication that anyone had helped her make the journey. It was as if she'd simply floated through the night, shedding pieces of her life like autumn leaves until only the essential part of her remained, drawn inexorably toward whatever waited in the depths of the trees. That evening, I positioned myself at the edge of the forest before 7:13 p.m., determined to see for myself what happened during those 7 minutes. I brought a thermos of coffee, a flashlight, and my service revolver, though I wasn't sure what good any of them would do against something that could make an arthritic old woman walk 3 miles in the dark. At 7:13 p.m., the dogs began their nightly chorus, and I felt it immediately, a pulling sensation in my chest, gentle but insistent, like a hand reaching through my ribs to take hold of my heart. The forest in front of me seemed to shimmer, the trees becoming somehow more real, more present, as if they were stepping forward out of a world that existed parallel to our own. The air grew thick and sweet with the scent of flowering things, though it was too late in the season for most plants to bloom. Somewhere in the depths of the woods, I could hear what sounded like music, not quite instruments and not quite voices, but something caught between the two, a melody that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my bones. I took a step forward without meaning to. Then another. My feet moved of their own accord, and I understood with perfect clarity that this was how it happened. This was how Jenny and David and Eleanor had walked into the forest, not taken against their will, but called, summoned by something that spoke to a part of us older than civilization, older than rational thought. The music grew louder, and I could see lights flickering between the trees, soft and golden like candle flames but moving in patterns too complex and deliberate to be natural fire. The pull in my chest intensified, and I found myself walking faster, drawn by a longing I couldn't name for something I'd never known I'd lost. I might have kept walking. I might have joined the others in whatever waited in the heart of the eastern woods. But at exactly 7:20 p.m., the 7 minutes ended, and the spell, if that's what it was, released its hold on me. I stumbled backward, gasping like a man who'd been underwater too long, and found myself standing at the edge of the forest with no memory of having stopped. My flashlight was still in my hand, but it was pointing toward the trees, and when I flicked it on, the beam revealed nothing but ordinary forest, dark and quiet and empty. But on the ground at my feet was something that hadn't been there before, a single flower, unlike any I'd ever seen. It was the color of moonlight on water, with petals that seemed to shift and move even in the still air. I picked it up, and it crumbled to dust between my fingers, leaving behind only that rich, earthy scent that had become so familiar. I went home that night and wrote my report, though I knew no one would believe it. 3 people had disappeared from Millbrook, drawn away by something that defied every law of nature and reason I'd been taught to trust. And based on what I'd experienced at the forest's edge, I suspected they might not be the last. The next morning brought news that made my blood run cold. Mary Sanchez, who ran the small grocery store on Main Street, had been keeping track of her customers in a way that small-town shopkeepers do. According to her records, 17 people had stopped buying groceries over the past month. Not gradually, not because they'd moved away or died, but abruptly, as if they'd simply stopped eating. I made the rounds to their houses and found them all the same, empty, abandoned, doors standing open as if the occupants had simply walked away in the middle of whatever they'd been doing. Television still playing, coffee still warm in cups, beds unmade and meals half finished on tables. No signs of struggle, no indication of hasty packing, just the sudden absence of human presence. And in each house, without exception, I found the same thing, a single flower, identical to the one I'd picked up at the forest's edge, sitting on a windowsill or a table or a shelf, already crumbling to dust. The pattern was becoming clear, and it was more disturbing than I'd imagined. The disappearances weren't random. They were systematic, methodical, like something was harvesting the people of Millbrook one by one. And based on the timing, the careful placement of abandoned belongings, and the way the forest seemed to be expanding its influence, I suspected we were dealing with something that had been waiting for a very long time. I called the state police again, but when they arrived, they found a town that appeared perfectly normal. The dogs had stopped howling. The water in glasses no longer pulsed. The street lights functioned properly, and the forest seemed to have retreated to its original boundaries. To outside observers, Millbrook looked like any other small town dealing with a rash of missing persons cases. But I knew better. I could feel it in the weight of the air, in the way shadows fell at angles that didn't quite match the position of the sun, in the silence that lingered too long after spoken words. Whatever had taken root in the eastern woods was still there, still growing, still patient. It had simply learned to hide itself better. The state investigators spent 3 days in Millbrook, interviewing residents, searching properties, following up on leads that led nowhere. They classified the disappearances as suspicious but found no evidence of foul play, no indication of a serial killer or organized crime. Their report concluded that the missing persons had likely left town of their own accord, possibly as part of some kind of cult or religious movement. They were wrong, of course, but their conclusion gave me the official justification I needed to do what I'd already decided to do. I submitted my resignation as sheriff of Millbrook County, effective immediately. I packed my belongings, sold my house, and left town the same day the state investigators departed. I told everyone I was retiring to Florida, seeking warmer weather and a quieter life. In truth, I drove exactly 50 miles west and stopped at the first motel I found. I rented a room by the week and began my real investigation. Over the next month, I researched everything I could find about Millbrook and the eastern woods. I visited libraries, historical societies, and newspaper archives. I interviewed elderly residents of neighboring towns, people old enough to remember stories their grandparents had told them about the early days of settlement. What I found was a pattern stretching back more than a century. Every 20 to 30 years, Millbrook experienced a rash of disappearances. The details varied. Sometimes it was children, sometimes adults, sometimes entire families, but the pattern was always the same. People would vanish without a trace, leaving behind carefully placed belongings and that distinctive scent of deep forest. The local authorities would investigate, find nothing, and eventually classified the cases as unsolved. And then, after each wave of disappearances, the town would experience a period of unusual prosperity. Crops would grow larger and more abundant. The local economy would improve. New businesses would open, new families would move in, and the population would return to normal levels within a few years. It was as if something in the eastern woods required periodic offerings, and in exchange, it blessed the town with good fortune. A symbiotic relationship that had persisted for generations, so subtle and gradual that no one recognized it for what it was. But there was something else in the historical records, something that made my hands shake as I read it. A newspaper clipping from 1923, describing a failed attempt by federal agents to investigate the disappearances. The agents had arrived in Millbrook on a Tuesday and were reported missing by Thursday. Their bodies were found 3 days later, arranged in a perfect circle at the edge of the eastern woods, each one clutching a flower identical to the ones I'd found. The newspaper article was brief, almost dismissive, but it included one detail that stopped my heart. The agents had been found at exactly 7:13 p.m., discovered by a search party that had been drawn to the location by the sound of dogs howling. I returned to Millbrook that evening, arriving just as the sun was setting. The town looked exactly as I'd left it, but I could feel the difference immediately. The air was thicker, more oppressive, and the silence was too complete. No dogs barked, no children played in yards, no voices carried from open windows. I parked at the edge of the town square and walked toward the eastern woods, my footsteps echoing strangely in the empty streets. Street lights flickered on as I passed, but they cast shadows that moved independently of their sources, and I could see lights glowing between the trees in the distance. At 7:13 p.m., I felt the pull begin again, stronger than before, insistent as gravity. But this time I was ready for it. I'd spent the last month preparing, researching not just the history of Millbrook but older stories, folklore and legends about places where the world grew thin and other things could push through. I'd brought salt from the Dead Sea, iron nails blessed by 3 different priests, and a small vial of water from a spring in Lourdes. I'd drawn symbols in chalk on my hands and forehead, copied from books so old their pages crumbled at my touch. I didn't know if any of it would work, but I had to try. The music began as I reached the forest's edge, that same impossible melody that spoke to something deeper than thought. The lights between the trees pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, and I could see shapes moving in the shadows, tall, graceful figures that seemed to be made of moonlight and mist. But I also saw something else, something that made me understand the true horror of what had been happening in Millbrook. The missing people were there, all of them, standing among the trees like sleepwalkers. Jenny Castellanos, still 16, still beautiful, but with eyes that reflected the forest's lights like mirrors. David Kurek, motionless as a statue, pine needles growing from his hair. Eleanor Fitzgerald, her arthritis gone, her back straight, her face serene and empty. They were alive, but not alive. Present, but not present. Transformed into something that was neither human nor wholly other, guardians or servants of whatever ancient thing had made its home in the depths of the eastern woods. And behind them, deeper in the forest where the shadows grew thick enough to hide mountains, I glimpsed something vast and patient, something that had been waiting since before the first humans walked this land. It was beautiful and terrible, older than civilization, older than language, older than the concepts we use to make sense of the world. It spoke to me then, not in words but in understanding that flowed directly into my mind. It had been here when the first Native Americans settled this region, and it had watched them leave offerings at the forest's edge in exchange for good hunting and mild winters. It had observed the European settlers arrive, had studied their ways, had learned to adapt its methods to their culture. It was not evil, not in any way I could comprehend. It was simply hungry. and what it hungered for was not flesh or blood but something more essential, the spark of consciousness, the flame of awareness that made humans more than mere animals. It fed on that spark, preserving it, transforming it, making it part of something larger and older than individual existence. The people of Millbrook had been its harvest, and in return, it had blessed the town with prosperity and protection. A fair trade, from its perspective, though I doubted the missing people would have agreed. The pull intensified, and I felt my feet moving forward of their own accord. The iron nails in my pocket grew hot, the salt burned my skin, and the holy water seemed to boil in its vial. But none of it was enough to break the connection, to sever the invisible threads that drew me toward the waiting darkness. I would have joined the others, would have become another guardian of the eastern woods, if not for one final detail I'd uncovered in my research. A single line in a journal kept by a Jesuit missionary in 1847, describing his encounter with a similar entity in the wilderness of northern Canada. "It cannot hold what freely chooses to leave," he had written. "The binding requires consent, even if that consent is given unknowingly." I stopped walking, planted my feet, and spoke a single word. "No." The music faltered. The lights wavered. The pull in my chest became a tearing sensation, as if something were trying to rip my soul from my body. But I held on, repeating the word like a prayer, like a mantra, like the most important truth I'd ever spoken. No. 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 The forest around me began to change, the trees shifting and blurring like a mirage in reverse. The missing people turned to look at me, their mirror eyes reflecting confusion, and something that might have been recognition. And from the depths of the woods came a sound like wind through leaves, like water over stone, like the sigh of something ancient and immortal experiencing disappointment for the first time in centuries. Then it was over. The lights went out, the music stopped, and I was standing alone at the edge of an ordinary forest under an ordinary night sky. The missing people were gone, vanished as completely as if they never existed. But I knew they were still there, somewhere in a space that existed alongside our world but separate from it, transformed into something that served a purpose I couldn't begin to understand. I walked back to my car, my legs shaking with exhaustion and adrenaline. As I drove away from Millbrook for the second and final time, I saw in my rearview mirror that the eastern woods were dark and still, as normal as any forest had ever been. But I also saw something else, something that haunts me still. The town was glowing. Not with electric lights, but with a soft, golden radiance that seemed to emanate from every building, every street, every blade of grass. Millbrook was being blessed, rewarded for its sacrifice, transformed into the kind of place where crops would grow larger, where businesses would prosper, where new families would come to settle and eventually, in 20 or 30 years, provide the next harvest. I never went back. Never filed another report. Never told anyone what I'd seen in the eastern woods that night. I moved to Arizona, took a job as a security guard at a shopping mall, and tried to forget that places like Millbrook existed. But I kept watching the news, monitoring small-town newspapers from across the country, looking for patterns I hoped never to find. And unfortunately, I found them. A town in Oregon where all the cats disappeared on the same night. A village in Maine where the church bells rang by themselves every evening at sunset. A hamlet in Nebraska where the corn grew in perfect spirals instead of straight rows. Small anomalies, easily dismissed as local curiosities, but I knew better. I'd seen the truth of what waited in the spaces between the world we know and the world we pretend doesn't exist. There are things older than human civilization, older than human memory, that have learned to adapt to our presence. They're patient, subtle, content to work within the boundaries of what we'll accept as normal. They take what they need quietly, carefully, leaving behind just enough mystery to be dismissed as folklore. And they're still out there, in the deep woods and the empty places, In the towns where dogs howl at the same time every night, and water moves without wind and people disappear without leaving footprints in the dust. The eastern woods of Millbrook were just one small part of something much larger, much older, and much more patient than any of us can imagine. And sometimes, late at night when the desert wind blows through the trailer park where I live now, I can still hear that impossible music calling from somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing. I'm 73 years old now, and my hands shake when I write. But I wanted to get this story down before I forget the details, before age and time blur the edges of what I experienced in that small town where the dogs howled every evening at 7:13 p.m., to the second, and always in the same direction, east. Because someday, someone else might find themselves in a place where the world grows thin and other things push through. And when that happens, I want them to remember the most important lesson I learned in Millbrook County. Sometimes, the only thing standing between you and something ancient and hungry is your ability to say no. And mean it. The eastern woods are still there, still patient, still waiting. And sooner or later they'll find another town, another harvest, another group of people who don't recognize the signs until it's too late. When that happens, I hope they're stronger than I was. I hope they're smart enough to leave before 7:13 p.m. And I hope they never have to learn, as I did, that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Because the truth about places like Millbrook isn't that they're haunted by the dead. They're blessed by the living. And that's a horror beyond anything I ever imagined when I first pinned on a sheriff's badge and swore to protect and serve the people of a small town that no longer exists on any map, in a county that's been officially disbanded, in a state that pretends it never heard of a place where the eastern woods grow a little larger every year, and the harvest never truly ends. The boy kept digging behind the church, even after we told him there was nothing left to find. I've been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years now, and in all that time, I've learned that some stories don't want to be told. They sit in your chest like stones, getting heavier with each passing season. But this one's been pressing against my ribs for so long that I wake up some nights feeling like I'm drowning in it. It was late August when young Timothy Crane first showed up at the old Methodist church with a gardening spade in his hands. 12 years old, maybe 13. Thin as a rail, with that pale, translucent skin that some children get when they spend too much time indoors. The kind of boy who reads too much and talks too little. His mother had died the previous spring. Cancer took her slow and mean. And his father worked double shifts at the lumber yard just to keep the lights on. The church had been abandoned for the better part of 2 decades. Paint peeling like sunburned skin, windows boarded up with plywood that had gone gray and soft with age. The congregation had dwindled to nothing by the late 80s, and when old Pastor Henley passed, nobody saw fit to replace him. The building just sat there, slowly surrendering to the elements, like everything else in Millbrook seemed to do eventually. But Timothy, he'd taken a shine to the place. Mrs. Kowalski from across the street called it in first, said there was a boy digging holes behind the church like he was hunting for treasure. When I drove over to have a look, I found him there in the tall grass, sweating through his t-shirt despite the morning chill, working at the earth with methodical precision. "What are you looking for, son?" I asked him. He looked up at me with those serious, dark eyes that some children have, too old for their faces. "My great-grandmother's buried here," he said, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. "But I can't find her stone." Now, that gave me pause. The old burial ground behind the Methodist church had been cleared out in 1954, when the state put through the new highway. All the graves had been relocated to Riverside Cemetery on the other side of town. I remembered my father talking about it when I was Timothy's age, how they brought in machines to dig up the coffins and move them proper like. It had been a big to-do at the time. "Son," I said, taking off my hat and running a hand through what was left of my hair. There haven't been any graves back here for 60 years. They moved everyone out long time ago. Timothy just looked at me like I told him the sun was green. She's here, he said, and went back to digging. I should have made him stop then. Should have called his father, made sure the boy got home safe. But there was something in his voice, not defiance, exactly, but a certainty that made my skin prickle. So I told him to be careful of any old glass or rusty metal, and I left him to his digging. That was my first mistake. Over the next week, Timothy showed up every morning like he was punching a time clock. 7 o'clock sharp, he'd arrive with his spade and a thermos of water, and he'd dig until the heat got too bad or his hands started bleeding. The holes got deeper, more systematic. He'd started bringing a notebook, sketching out a grid pattern of where he'd been and where he planned to go next. Folks started talking, the way they do in small towns. Some thought it was good for the boy to have a project, something to keep his mind off his mother's passing. Others worried he was losing his grip on reality, spending all that time alone in a place that had been empty for decades. Mrs. Henderson, who ran the variety store, started packing extra sandwiches in her lunch just so she could walk them over to Timothy around noon. She said he was polite enough, always thanked her proper, but he never stopped digging while he ate. The strange thing was, I found myself driving by the church more often than usual. Not deliberately, you understand, but somehow my patrol route kept bringing me past that old building. And every time I saw Timothy back there, bent over his work like a monk at prayer, I felt something twist in my stomach. Something that tasted like copper pennies and old guilt. It was Mrs. Henderson who first mentioned the smell. "Sheriff Morrison," she said, cornering me outside the post office. "That boy's been digging up some awful odors behind the church. Smells like something died back there." I promised I'd look into it, though I figured it was probably just disturbed earth mixing with the August heat. But when I walked around behind the church that afternoon, I caught it too. Sweet and rotten, like fruit left too long in the sun. It seemed to cling to the inside of my nose, that smell. Made me think of my grandmother's root cellar after the floods of '78, when everything had gone bad at once. Timothy was there, of course, digging in a hole that was now deep enough that I could only see the top of his head. The sound of the spade biting into earth had a rhythm to it, almost musical. Scrape, lift, dump. Scrape, lift, dump. "Find anything interesting?" I called down to him. He paused in his work and looked up at me. His face was streaked with dirt and sweat, but his eyes were bright with something I couldn't name. "Getting close," he said. "Can feel her down there." Feel her. The words made my teeth ache. "Maybe it's time to take a break," I suggested. "Ground's been disturbed enough for one day." But Timothy just shook his head and went back to digging. The sound echoed off the church walls behind us, scrape, lift, dump, and something about it reminded me of a heartbeat. That night, I drove out to Riverside Cemetery with a flashlight and the old burial records from the town hall. It took me the better part of 2 hours, but I found what I was looking for. Sarah Crane, died 1952, aged 73. Timothy's great-grandmother, sure enough. Her headstone was right there, weathered but readable, with a small American flag planted beside it for Memorial Day. So why was the boy so convinced she was still buried behind the church? I should have talked to his father. Should have put a stop to the whole business. But there was something about Timothy's certainty that kept nagging at me. Something that made me want to know what he thought he was going to find. The next morning, I got to the church early, before Timothy showed up. I wanted to get a closer look at his excavation work, maybe try to understand what was driving him. The holes were larger than I'd realized, at least a dozen of them, arranged in neat rows like he was planning a garden. Some were shallow, exploratory. Others went down 3 feet or more. I was standing at the edge of the deepest hole when I heard the footsteps behind me. "She's close now," Timothy said. I hadn't heard him approach, and the sound of his voice made me jump like a schoolboy. "Jesus, son, you scared me half to death." He smiled at that, the first time I'd seen him smile since this whole business started. "Sorry, Sheriff. Didn't mean to sneak up on you." There was something different about him that morning. His clothes were clean, his hair combed neat. He looked rested in a way he hadn't for weeks. But his eyes had that bright, fevered quality I'd seen in patients at the county hospital when the painkillers weren't working anymore. "Timothy," I said carefully, "I drove out to Riverside last night. Found your great-grandmother's grave. She's been resting peaceful there for more than 70 years. He nodded like this wasn't news to him. "I know where they put her," he said. "But that's not where she wants to be." The way he said it made my mouth go dry. "What do you mean?" Timothy climbed down into the deepest hole and picked up his spade. "She talks to me sometimes. When it's real quiet and the wind's just right. Tells me stories about the old days, before they moved everybody out." He started digging again, that same methodical rhythm. "Says she's been waiting a long time for someone to come looking for her." I should have grabbed the boy right then. Should have pulled him out of that hole and marched him straight home to his father. But something kept my feet planted where they were. Maybe it was the way the morning light seemed to bend around the church, casting shadows that didn't match the angles of the building. Maybe it was the smell, that sweet rot that seemed to get stronger every day. Or maybe it was the sound Timothy's spade made when it bit into the earth at the bottom of that hole. It didn't sound like dirt anymore. It sounded like something softer. Something that gave way. "Timothy," I said, and my voice came out strangled. "Stop digging." But he didn't stop. If anything, he dug faster, his breath coming in short, excited gasps. "Almost there," he whispered. "Almost there, almost there, almost." The spade hit something with a hollow thunk that made my teeth ache. Timothy froze, hands gripping the handle so tight his knuckles had gone white. For a long moment, neither of us moved. Then, very slowly, he knelt down in the hole and started brushing dirt away with his hands. I couldn't see what he'd found from where I stood, but I heard his sharp intake of breath, saw his whole body go rigid with shock or fear or something else entirely. "What is it?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Timothy looked up at me, and his face was pale as old bone. "Wood," he said. "Old wood." My first thought was that he'd found some piece of the church that had been buried over the years, a broken pew or part of the old steeple. But when I climbed down into the hole beside him, I saw what had really stopped him cold. It was coffin wood. Old, weathered, but unmistakable. A section of what had once been a lid, with brass fittings so tarnished they'd gone green. And when Timothy brushed away more of the dirt, we could see that it wasn't empty. There were bones inside. Human bones, yellowed with age and arranged with the careful precision that only undertakers know. The skull was turned toward us, empty sockets seeming to watch our every move. I grabbed Timothy by the shoulders and hauled him out of that hole so fast we both nearly fell. My hands were shaking as I reached for my radio, but before I could call it in, Timothy spoke. "That's not her," he said, and there was something like disappointment in his voice. "That's not my great-grandmother." I stared at him. "Son, we need to call this in. This is a crime scene now." But Timothy was already walking toward another hole, this one about 10 feet away. "She's over here," he said with absolute certainty. "I can hear her calling." That's when I realized the truth. the truth that should have been obvious from the beginning. They hadn't moved all the graves in 1954. Somehow, they'd missed at least one. Maybe more. The ground beneath the old Methodist church was still full of the dead. Over the next 3 days, Timothy found 4 more graves. Each time, he'd stand perfectly still for a few moments, head cocked like he was listening to something only he could hear, then walk directly to a spot and start digging. Each time, he'd find bones. I called in the state archaeologist, a serious woman named Dr. Chen who wore her gray hair in a tight bun and had the patience of a saint. She confirmed what I'd already suspected. The graves were old, dating back to the 1800s. Somehow, when the state had relocated the cemetery in 1954, they'd missed a section. Maybe the records were incomplete, or maybe the grave markers had already been lost to time and weather. It happens more often than you'd think, Dr. Chen told me as we watched her team carefully excavate the remains. Old cemeteries, especially rural ones, were often poorly documented. People would bury family members wherever seemed appropriate, without much thought to official record keeping. That should have been the end of it. A bureaucratic oversight from 70 years ago, finally being corrected. The bones would be properly relocated, Timothy would find some other way to occupy his time, and life in Millbrook would go back to its usual quiet rhythm. But Timothy wasn't satisfied. Even after Dr. Chen's team had finished their work and filled in all the holes, he kept coming back to the church. Only now, instead of digging, he'd just sit in the tall grass behind the building, sometimes for hours at a time. When I asked him what he was doing, he'd say he was listening. For what? I'd ask. For her, he'd answer. She's still down there. Dr. Chen had been thorough. I'd watched her team grid out the entire area behind the church, using ground-penetrating radar to check for any graves they might have missed. They'd found 7 burials in total, all dating from the mid-1800s to the early 1900s. All properly excavated and relocated to Riverside Cemetery. There was nothing left to find. But Timothy didn't believe it. And as the days passed, I started to wonder if maybe he was right. It started with the dreams. Not Timothy's dreams, mine. Every night for a week, I'd find myself standing behind the old Methodist church in the gray hour before dawn. The grass would be heavy with dew, and the air would smell like turned earth and old flowers. In the dreams, I could hear something calling from beneath the ground, not words, exactly, but something that pulled at me with the insistence of a tide. I'd wake up with dirt under my fingernails, though I couldn't remember how it got there. The second week, other people started having the dreams. Mrs. Henderson mentioned it first, casually, while I was buying coffee at her store. Strangest thing, she said. Been dreaming about that old church every night. Feel like something's trying to tell me something, but I can't quite make out what. Then it was Bill Kowalski and Mrs. Foster from the library, and eventually half the town was talking about the dreams. Always the same, standing behind the church, hearing something call from underground, waking up with the taste of dirt in their mouths. Timothy seemed pleased by this development. She's getting stronger, he told me one afternoon as I found him sitting in his usual spot behind the church. More people can hear her now. Hear who, Timothy? He looked at me with those 2 old eyes. Sarah, my great-grandmother. She's been waiting so long for someone to find her that she's learned how to reach out to all of us. I wanted to tell him that Sarah Crane was resting peacefully in Riverside Cemetery, where she'd been properly relocated with all the others. I wanted to explain about mass hysteria and the power of suggestion, about how one person's obsession can spread through a small community like wildfire. But that night, I had the dream again. And this time, I heard the voice clearly. Help me, it whispered from somewhere deep beneath the earth. Please help me. And I knew, with the certainty that only comes in dreams, that it was the voice of an old woman who had been waiting in the dark for longer than anyone should have to wait. I woke up standing in my backyard, still in my pajamas, with mud caked between my toes. The next morning, I drove out to Riverside Cemetery with a list of all the names Dr. Chen's team had found on the burial records. I checked every grave, every headstone, every marker. They were all there, properly relocated and accounted for. Except for Sarah Crane. Oh, her headstone was there, same as always. But when I knelt down and pressed my ear to the ground above her grave, I heard nothing but silence. Empty silence. That afternoon, I found Timothy behind the church, digging a new hole. This one was different from the others, perfectly round, going straight down like a well. His hands were bloody from gripping the spade, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, but he didn't stop when I called his name. "Timothy!" I shouted. "What are you doing? There's nothing left to find." He looked up at me from the bottom of the hole, and his face was streaked with tears. "They took the wrong one," he said. "When they moved the graves, they took the wrong Sarah. My great-grandmother is still down here." The hole was already 6 feet deep, too deep for a boy his size to climb out of easily. I lay down on my stomach and reached down to him. "Come on up, son. Let's talk about this." But Timothy shook his head and kept digging. The sound of the spade hitting earth echoed up from the hole like a heartbeat, and with each strike, I could swear I heard something else. Something that might have been an old woman's voice, calling from somewhere even deeper underground. Closer, it seemed to say. Getting closer. I radioed for backup and called Timothy's father, but by the time they arrived, the boy had dug down 8 feet and showed no signs of stopping. We had to lower a rope to get him out, and even then, he fought us every step of the way. "She's right there!" he screamed as we pulled him up. "She's right there! Can't you hear her calling?" But all I could hear was the wind through the broken windows of the old church, and the sound of dirt falling back into the hole Timothy had dug. That was 3 months ago. Timothy's father sent him to stay with relatives in the city, hoping a change of scenery would help him move past his obsession. The hole behind the church has been filled in, and Dr. Chen submitted her final report to the state. As far as everyone else is concerned, the case is closed. But I still have the dreams. And I'm not the only one. Mrs. Henderson closed her store last week and moved to Florida to live with her daughter. Said she couldn't stand to spend another night in Millbrook, listening to that voice calling from under the ground. Bill Kolsky put his house up for sale, and the Foster family packed up and left town without so much as a forwarding address. Those of us who remain don't talk about it much. What would be the point? Dr. Chen's report was thorough and professional. All the graves were found and properly relocated. There's nothing left behind the old Methodist church but empty earth and memories. But sometimes, when the wind is just right and the moon is dark, I can still hear her calling. An old woman's voice, patient and persistent, drifting up from somewhere deep beneath the ground. She's been waiting so long that waiting has become her nature, her purpose. And I think she'll keep waiting, keep calling, until someone finally comes to take her home. The boy was right about one thing. They did take the wrong Sarah. And the right one is still down there, somewhere in the dark beneath the old church, calling for someone to find her. Someone to dig deep enough, patient enough, to reach the place where she's been waiting all these years. I've thought about going back with a shovel of my own. Thought about digging until I find what Timothy was looking for. But I'm 73 years old now, and my back isn't what it used to be. Besides, I'm afraid of what I might hear if I got close enough to listen. Some voices are better left unanswered. Some graves are better left undisturbed. But on nights when sleep won't come and the dreams press close, I find myself wondering, What if Timothy was right? What if Sarah Crane really is still down there, waiting in the dark for someone to find her? What if she's been calling all along, and we just weren't listening hard enough? The boy kept digging behind the church, even after we told him there was nothing left to find. Maybe that's because he knew something the rest of us didn't. Maybe he knew that sometimes the dead don't stay buried. And sometimes they don't want to. Last night, I drove past the old Methodist church for the first time since Timothy left town. The building looks smaller than I remembered, sadder somehow. The boards on the windows have warped with age, and someone has spray-painted graffiti on the side wall. But behind the church, where Timothy spent all those weeks digging, the grass has grown back thick and green. Too green, maybe? Like the earth underneath is particularly rich. I sat in my patrol car for a long time, engine running, listening to the radio chatter from the dispatcher. Normal sounds. Normal troubles. A domestic disturbance on Pine Street. A fender bender out on Route 9. The ordinary problems of ordinary people living ordinary lives. But underneath it all, barely audible, I could swear I heard something else. A voice, thin and distant, calling from somewhere deep beneath the ground. Help me, it seemed to say. Please help me. I put the car in drive and headed for home. Some calls, I've learned, are better left unanswered. But I know she's still down there, waiting in the dark. Sarah Crane, patient as stone, calling for someone to find her. And someday, someone will. The boy kept digging behind the church, even after we told him there was nothing left to find. Maybe he knew there was everything left to find. Maybe he knew that some things never really leave. End of recording. They say the town clock stopped once, back in '49, and ever since, time's been just a little off around here. I've been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years now, and I can tell you there's truth to that old saying. Not the kind of truth you'd put in a report or testify to in court, mind you. The kind that settles in your bones like winter cold and stays there, even on the hottest August days. The clock tower sits right in the center of our little town square, a brick monstrosity that some optimistic fool built back in 1892 when folks still believed Millhaven might amount to something. Gothic revival, they called the style, though I always thought it looked more like a tombstone than anything celebrating life. 43 feet of weathered red brick rising up from a base of fieldstone, topped with a copper spire that's gone green as old money. 4 clock faces, one pointing toward each compass direction, and every damn one of them frozen at 3:17. That's when it stopped, you see. October 13th, 1949, at exactly 17 minutes past 3 in the afternoon. Or so the story goes. Now you might wonder why a town of barely 800 souls never bothered to fix their clock tower in all these years. Lord knows we've had plenty of opportunities. The state sent a restoration specialist through here in '78, offered to foot the bill as part of some historical preservation project. Town council voted it down, 7-0. Same thing happened in '85, and again in '03. Always the same result. Always the same uneasy silence afterward, like folks had just voted to leave a sleeping dog lie. I never gave it much thought until the summer of 2019, when Mrs. Henley came into my office on a Tuesday morning that felt more like Thursday, complaining about losing time. "Sheriff Morrison," she said, perching on the edge of the chair across from my desk like a bird ready to take flight. "I need to report a theft." Mrs. Henley was 83 years old, sharp as a tack, and had been keeping perfect time since before I was born. She ran the post office for 42 years, never missed a day, never opened late, never closed early. When she said someone had stolen something from her, I listened. "What was taken, Mrs. Henley?" "Tuesday," she said, matter of fact as announcing the weather. "Someone stole my Tuesday," I set down my coffee cup and gave her my full attention. In my experience, when elderly folks start talking about lost time, there's usually a medical explanation. But Mrs. Henley's eyes were clear, focused, and more than a little frightened. "Tell me what you mean by that." She smoothed her floral print dress and took a breath that seemed to steady her. "I went to bed Monday night, Sheriff. Had my usual routine, locked the doors, brushed my teeth, took my evening medications. Set my alarm for 6:30, same as always. When I woke up, my clock said Thursday morning, but I felt like I'd only slept one night. My pills. Sheriff, I take 7 different medications, one for each day of the week in those little compartments. Tuesday's pills were gone, but I don't remember taking them. Wednesday's too." She opened her purse and pulled out one of those weekly pill dispensers, the plastic kind with compartments labeled for each day. Tuesday and Wednesday were empty. The rest were full. "Could you have taken them and forgotten? For 2 days straight?" "Sheriff, I've been taking medications for 15 years. It's muscle memory. And there's something else." She hesitated, glancing toward the window that faced the town square. "My garden. What about it? The tomatoes I planted Monday evening were nearly ripe when I woke up Thursday. 3 days of growth overnight." I'd like to say I dismissed it as the confused ramblings of an elderly woman, but I couldn't. There was something in her voice, something that made the hair on my arms stand up. And when I looked out that window toward the clock tower, I could swear the shadows had shifted wrong, falling at angles that didn't match the sun's position. "Mrs. Henley, did anything else happen during these missing days? Any dreams or—" "I heard the clock chiming," she said quietly. "Both nights, right around 3:17. But that's impossible, isn't it? That clock hasn't worked in 70 years. After she left, I walked across the square to have a look at the tower. It stood there like it always had, solid and imposing, casting its long shadow across the worn cobblestones. The 4 faces still showed 3:17, the hands frozen in time. But as I stood there, something made me check my watch. 3:16. I watched the second hand sweep around, counting down. 58 seconds. 59. Then the minute hand clicked forward, and for just a moment, I swear this is true, I heard the deep, resonant chime of the tower clock. Once. Twice. 3 times. Then silence. My watch read 3:17. I stood there for another 10 minutes, waiting for the next chime, but nothing came. Just the usual sounds of a small-town afternoon, cars passing on Route 47, the hum of air conditioners, a dog barking somewhere in the distance. But underneath it all, there was something else. A kind of tension in the air, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the pressure drops and every animal for miles knows something's coming. That night, I did something I'd never done in 37 years of law enforcement. I parked my patrol car across from the clock tower and waited. Millhaven at night is a different creature than Millhaven during the day. The streetlights throw long shadows that seem to move when you're not looking directly at them. The old buildings creak and settle with sounds that could be expanding wood or something else entirely. And the tower, well, the tower seemed to watch. I'd brought a thermos of coffee and a bag of Mary's homemade cookies, figuring it might be a long night. By 11 p.m., I was starting to feel foolish. By midnight, I was ready to head home. But something kept me there, some instinct honed over decades of police work that told me to wait just a little longer. At 3:16 a.m., every streetlight in the square went out. Not all at once, mind you. One by one, starting with the light closest to the tower, and moving outward in a perfect circle. The darkness crept toward my patrol car like spilled ink, and I had the sudden, overwhelming urge to start the engine and drive away as fast as I could. Instead, I reached for my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the base of the tower. The old bronze plaque that commemorated its construction was there, just as it always had been, but the words seemed different somehow. Harder to read, as if the letters were shifting in the light. I squinted, trying to make them out. Millhaven Clock Tower. Erected 1892. In memory of those who wait. Between the hours. Between the hours? That wasn't right. I'd read that plaque 100 times growing up, and it had always said something about civic pride and the bright future of our community. But now, in the wavering beam of my flashlight, the words seemed different. Wrong. The church bells across town began to chime midnight, and that's when I realized something that made my blood run cold. If the clock tower had stopped at 3:17 in the afternoon, and it was now past midnight, then why had I heard it chime at 3:17 p.m. earlier? As if in answer to my thoughts, the tower began to chime. Deep, resonant notes that seemed to come from inside the brick itself rather than from any bell. 1, 2, 3. Then silence. My watch read 12:47 a.m. In the quiet that followed, I heard footsteps. Slow, measured steps on the cobblestones, circling the tower. I swept my flashlight beam around, but saw nothing. The footsteps continued, always just outside the circle of light. Around and around the tower they went, keeping time with some rhythm I couldn't quite grasp. I counted the steps. 17 per circuit. Always 17. On the 13th circuit, the footsteps stopped. My radio crackled to life. "Sheriff Morrison, you there?" I grabbed the handset. "This is Morrison." "Go ahead, Jenny." "Sheriff, I've got Mrs. Patterson on the line. Says she can't find her husband. Last saw him around dinnertime Tuesday, but she says it's Thursday morning now, and she doesn't remember Wednesday at all." I looked at my watch. Still Thursday morning, 12:52 a.m. But something about Jenny's voice bothered me. It sounded distant. Hollow. "Jenny, what day is it?" "Why, it's Thursday, Sheriff." "Thursday, August 15th. I checked my watch again. The date window read August 13th, Tuesday. "Jenny, I'll be right there." But when I reached for the car door handle, my hand passed right through it. I tried again, concentrating harder. Nothing. It was as if I'd become a ghost, able to see and hear but unable to touch the physical world. Panic began to rise in my throat, but I forced it down. 37 years of dealing with the impossible had taught me to think first, panic later. I looked at the tower again. Still 3:17 on all four faces. But now I noticed something else. In each clock face, there was a fifth hand I'd never seen before. Thin as a needle, moving slowly backward, counterclockwise. The streetlights began to flicker back on, one by one, moving inward toward the tower. As they did, I felt myself becoming solid again. My hand found the door handle, real and cold under my fingers. My radio crackled again. "Sheriff Morrison? I'm here, Jenny. I've got Mrs. Patterson on the line about her missing husband. Says she last saw him Tuesday evening, but insists it's now Thursday morning and she can't remember Wednesday." The same call. Word for word. I looked at my watch. 12:47 a.m., Thursday, August 15th. "Tell Mrs. Patterson I'll be right over," I said, and started the engine. But as I drove through the empty streets of Millhaven, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd already lived this night before. And that I'd live it again. The Patterson house sat on Elm Street, a neat colonial with white shutters and a garden that Martha Patterson tended with religious devotion. When I pulled into the driveway, she was waiting on the front porch in her bathrobe, arms wrapped around herself despite the summer heat. "Sheriff, thank God you're here. Harold's gone." Harold Patterson was 71 years old, retired from the grain elevator, and hadn't missed a day of his evening constitutional in 15 years. Every night at 7 p.m. sharp, he'd walk the 6 blocks from his house to the town square and back. Rain or shine, winter or summer, you could set your watch by Harold Patterson. "When did you last see him, Martha?" "Tuesday evening. He went for his walk like always, said he'd be back by 8. But Sheriff, when I woke up this morning, it was Thursday. I don't remember Wednesday at all. It's like someone stole a whole day from me." The same words Mrs. Henley had used. "Someone stole my Tuesday. Martha, show me Harold's things. His wallet, keys, anything he might have taken with him." She led me inside to their bedroom. Harold's wallet sat on the dresser next to his reading glasses and a small pile of change. His keys hung on their usual hook by the door. But his walking shoes were gone. "He always wore those old sneakers for his walks," Martha said. "Said they were the most comfortable things he owned." I made notes, asked the usual questions, but my mind kept drifting back to the clock tower. To that fifth hand moving backward. To the sound of footsteps circling the base, 17 steps per circuit. "Martha, Harold's walk, does it take him past the clock tower?" "Every night. He likes to sit on that bench for a few minutes, watch the people pass by. Says it reminds him of when the town was busier." She paused, wrapping her robe tighter. "Sheriff, you don't think something's happened to him, do you?" I wanted to reassure her, to give her the standard lines about missing persons and how most people turn up safe within 48 hours. But something in the way she'd asked the question, the fear in her voice, told me she already knew the answer. "I'm going to find him, Martha. I promise." But as I said it, I wondered if that was a promise I could keep. I spent the rest of the night canvassing the town, checking the usual places where someone might end up after wandering off. The diner was closed, but I peered through the windows anyway. The bus station, such as it was, sat empty except for a few moths circling the fluorescent lights. I even drove out to the old quarry where kids sometimes went to drink, though Harold Patterson wasn't the type for midnight adventures. Nothing. As dawn approached, I found myself back in the town square, staring up at the clock tower. 4 faces, all showing 3:17. But now, in the growing light, I could see that fifth hand more clearly. It was moving, definitely moving, but so slowly that you had to watch for several minutes to notice the change. Backward. Always backward. I pulled out my cell phone and called Jenny at the dispatch desk. "Any word on Harold Patterson?" "Nothing yet, Sheriff. But I've got another call coming in. Mrs. Henley again. Says she's lost another day." My blood ran cold. "Put her through." The phone clicked, and Mrs. Henley's voice came through, tight with controlled fear. "Sheriff Morrison? It's happened again. I went to bed Thursday night, and now it's Saturday morning. Friday is just gone. Mrs. Henley, where are you now?" "At home." "But Sheriff, my garden, the tomatoes are overripe now. Rotting on the vine. And my pills, Friday's compartment is empty, but I don't remember taking them." I looked at my watch. Saturday, August 17th, 6:23 a.m. "I'll be right there." But when I turned to walk back to my patrol car, I noticed something that made me stop dead in my tracks. There, on the bench where Harold Patterson liked to sit during his evening walks, was a pair of old sneakers. Walking shoes, worn and comfortable, sitting side by side as if their owner had simply stepped out of them and vanished. I approached slowly, not wanting to disturb what might be evidence. The shoes were Harold's, no doubt about it. I'd seen him wearing them 100 times. But they weren't just sitting there. They were positioned precisely, toes pointing toward the base of the clock tower. And inside each shoe was a slip of paper. I pulled on latex gloves and carefully extracted the papers. Each one had a single word written in Harold's careful handwriting. Wait, in the left shoe, between, in the right. Wait between. Wait between what? I looked up at the clock tower again, and for just a moment, I could swear I saw a figure in one of the high windows. A silhouette against the dark interior, watching. But when I blinked and looked again, it was gone. That's when I noticed the door. In all my years in Millhaven, I'd never paid much attention to the base of the clock tower. It was just part of the landscape, as familiar and unremarkable as the post office or the hardware store. But now, looking directly at it, I could see there was a door. Heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands set into the fieldstone foundation. And it was slightly ajar. I'd like to say I called for backup, followed proper procedure, waited for assistance before investigating. But the truth is, I couldn't wait. Something was pulling me toward that door with a force I couldn't resist. Maybe it was 37 years of police instincts. Maybe it was something else entirely. The door opened with a groan that seemed to echo from deep underground. Beyond was a narrow staircase, stone steps worn smooth by decades of use, leading down into darkness that my flashlight couldn't penetrate. I descended. The air grew colder with each step, carrying a smell I couldn't quite identify. Old paper, maybe? Or old time itself, if such a thing had a scent. The stairs spiraled downward, following the curve of the tower's foundation, and I counted 43 steps before reaching the bottom. The basement was larger than I'd expected, a circular room that extended beyond the tower's footprint. The walls were lined with shelves, and on those shelves were hundreds of objects I recognized but couldn't quite place. A child's toy truck. A woman's glove. A pair of reading glasses. A wedding ring. All of them covered in dust, as if they'd been waiting here for decades. In the center of the room sat an enormous mechanism. Gears and pendulums and springs, all crafted from brass that had gone green with age. It was beautiful and terrible at the same time, like a clock designed by someone who understood time not as a river flowing forward, but as an ocean with currents running in all directions. And standing beside it, completely motionless, was Harold Patterson. He was alive. I could see his chest rising and falling with slow, measured breaths. But he didn't respond when I called his name. His eyes were open, staring at something I couldn't see, and his face wore an expression of perfect peace. Around his feet were scattered more slips of paper, each one bearing a single word in his careful handwriting. I gathered them up, arranging them in the order they seemed to fall. The hours, between 3 and 17 minutes past R, where W, wait, for time, TO, remember, US. The hours between 3 and 17 minutes past. I looked at my watch. 7:45 a.m. Safe time, ordinary time. But as I watched, the second hand began to slow. Then stop. Then, impossibly, it began moving backward. The great mechanism in the center of the room shuddered to life. Gears turned, pendulums swung, and from somewhere high above came the sound of the clock tower chiming. But not the hour. It chimed continuously, a cascade of notes that rose and fell like a psalm only time itself could sing. And in that music, I began to understand. The clock hadn't stopped in 1949. It had been broken. Broken in a way that created a crack in time itself, a gap between 3:16 and 3:18 where moments could slip through and disappear. The people of Millhaven hadn't been losing time. They'd been falling into it, into the space between seconds where the broken clock kept its own warped schedule. Some, like Mrs. Henley, only grazed the edge of this temporal wound, losing hours or days before finding their way back. Others, like Harold Patterson, fell deeper, into the place where lost time collected like leaves in a drain. And some, I realized as I looked at the shelves full of forgotten objects, never found their way back at all. The chiming grew louder, more insistent, and I felt the pull of that broken time trying to drag me in. The rational part of my mind told me to run, to get out of the basement, and back to the world where clocks moved forward and days followed each other in proper order. But another part of me, the part that had been feeling the wrongness of Millhaven for years without understanding it, wanted to stay. Wanted to solve this mystery once and for all. I looked at Harold Patterson, still motionless beside the great machine. His lips were moving slightly, and I leaned closer to hear what he was saying. 17 steps, he whispered. Always 17 steps. Around and around until the counting stops. 17 steps. The footsteps I'd heard circling the tower. I followed his gaze to the mechanism and saw something I'd missed before. Carved into the brass frame were names. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, etched in tiny script around the circumference of the largest gear. Names of people who had lived in Millhaven, people I'd known and grown up with and wondered about when they disappeared without explanation. And at the bottom, freshly carved as if the metal itself had remembered how to write, was Harold Patterson. The chiming stopped. The mechanism slowed, then ceased its movement entirely. Harold's eyes focused on me for the first time since I'd found him. "Sheriff," he said, his voice distant but warm. "I've been waiting for you. Harold, we need to get you out of here. Martha's worried sick." He smiled, the kind of smile you see on people who've made peace with something terrible. "Martha will be fine. She'll remember Wednesday eventually. And Friday. The time has to go somewhere, you see. It doesn't just disappear." "What do you mean?" "The broken hours collect here, in the space between. We keep them safe until they can find their way back to where they belong. It's important work, Sheriff. Someone has to do it." I felt the pull again, stronger now. The desire to stay, to understand, to join Harold in his vigil over lost time. But something else pulled me back. Duty, maybe, or just stubborn refusal to accept the impossible. "I'm not staying, Harold. And neither are you." I grabbed his arm, meaning to pull him toward the stairs, but my hand passed right through him. He wasn't really there anymore, not in any way that mattered in the world above. "It's all right," he said gently. "I chose this. When the time came, I chose to stay. Someone from town always does, when the old keeper gets tired. It's been going on since 1949, when the first one took the job." "The first one?" "The clockmaker who tried to fix the tower after it broke. He understood what he'd have to do, the sacrifice required." Harold's form was already growing translucent. "The town needs someone to mind the broken time, Sheriff. To make sure it doesn't spill out and take everyone. How many have there been?" "I'm the 7th. There was the clockmaker, then old Mrs. Garrison from the general store. Then Tom Mueller who ran the barber shop. Each one served until they were tired, until someone else heard the calling." He looked at me with eyes that were already more memory than flesh. "The question is, who will be the 8th? The basement began to fade around me, or maybe I was fading from it. Either way, I found myself back in the town square, standing beside Harold's empty shoes, with no memory of climbing the stairs. My watch read 3:17. The clock tower chimed once, twice, 3 times. Then silence. I never saw Harold Patterson again, though Martha insists she sometimes hears his footsteps on their front porch in the evenings. She remembers Wednesday now, and Friday. The lost time found its way back to her, carrying with it strange dreams of brass gears and rooms full of forgotten things. Mrs. Henley stopped losing days after that. So did the others who'd been affected. Whatever Harold was doing down there in the space between seconds, it was working. But sometimes, when I'm walking through the square late in the evening, I hear footsteps circling the tower. 17 steps per circuit, keeping time with a rhythm older than the broken clock that measures it. And I know that Harold is still there, still waiting, still keeping watch over the hours that fall through the cracks. The town council met last month to discuss the clock tower restoration again. Federal money this time, enough to completely rebuild the mechanism and get those four faces telling proper time again. The vote was closer than it's ever been, 6-5 against, and I could see the uncertainty in their eyes. They're all getting older, you see. The original families who've lived here since before the clock broke, who understand in their bones that some things are better left alone. But their children have moved away, and the newcomers don't feel the wrongness the way we do. They just see an old clock that needs fixing. I voted against it, of course. Cast the deciding vote, actually. But I could see I won't be able to do that forever. Which brings me to why I'm telling you this story. Every morning for the past month, I've woken up at exactly 3:17. Not 3:16 or 3:18, but right on the broken moment when time stands still. And in those wakeful minutes before dawn, I can hear the footsteps in my dreams. 17 steps, circling and circling, calling me to join the count. I'm 71 years old now. Same age as Harold when he took his last walk. Same age as most of them were when they heard the calling. Sometimes I think about what it would be like down there in the basement that exists between moments. Peaceful, probably. Quiet. A place where the weight of keeping everyone else's time safe would be meaningful in a way that writing traffic tickets and settling domestic disputes never could be. But not yet. I've got a few more years left in me, I think. Time to train my replacement. Maybe find someone who understands that some mysteries are better guarded than solved. The clock still shows 3:17 on all four faces. Still chimes at the wrong times. Still pulls the unwary into its broken rhythm if they listen too closely. And somewhere below the town square, in a room that exists only in the space between seconds, Harold Patterson continues his watch. 17 steps at a time, around and around, keeping the broken time from spilling out and drowning us all. They say the town clock stopped once, back in 49, and ever since, time's been just a little off around here. But what they don't say, what they can't say without risking everything, is that someone has to keep it that way. Someone has to wait between the hours. And someday, probably sooner than I'd like, that someone will be me. The clock tower cast its shadow across my office window as I finished writing this account. 3:17 p.m., according to its frozen faces. But my watch reads 2:45, and the afternoon sun is in the wrong position for either time to be correct. That's how you know the story is true. Time in Millhaven has always been just a little off, and we like it that way. We only ever saw her through the attic window, and yet every single one of us swears we spoke to her at some point. That's the thing about memory, I suppose. It's a liar and a thief, but it's also the only witness we've got to the things that happen in the spaces between what we think we know and what we're afraid might be true. I've been wearing this badge for 43 years now, and I've learned that the worst cases aren't the ones with blood on the walls or bodies in the basement. The worst ones are the ones that make you question whether you can trust your own mind. The Henley place had been empty for 17 years when it all started. Old farmhouse on the outskirts of town, where the county road peters out into nothing but scrub brush and the kind of silence that makes city folk nervous. The family that owned it before, the Henleys themselves, had left town after their youngest boy drowned in the well out back. Found him floating face down in water that shouldn't have been deep enough to drown a grown man, let alone a 12-year-old who could swim like a fish. After that, the place just sat. No one wanted to buy it, no one wanted to rent it, and the Henleys never came back to claim it. The town eventually took it for back taxes, but even then, nobody had any use for it. It just sat there, watching the road with its broken windows like dead eyes, collecting dust and secrets in equal measure. The house itself was nothing special. 2 stories of weathered clapboard siding, a wraparound porch that sagged in the middle, and that attic window that faced the road like a third eye. The kind of place you drive past 1,000 times without giving it a second thought, until the day you noticed something that made your skin crawl and you couldn't quite put your finger on why. It was Martha Crenshaw who first mentioned seeing someone up there. Martha's lived in this town her whole life, raised 6 kids, buried 2 husbands, and never once complained about anything stronger than the coffee at Dolly's Diner. She's not the type to see things that aren't there, which is why I paid attention when she came into my office on that Tuesday morning in late September. "Sheriff," she said, settling her considerable bulk into the chair across from my desk. "There's someone living in the old Henley place." I looked up from the paperwork I'd been pretending to read. "Come again?" "I saw her this morning when I was driving to town for groceries. Woman in the attic window, plain as day. Dark hair, pale skin, wearing something white. She was just standing there, looking out at the road. Now, I'd driven past that house maybe 3 times a week for the better part of 2 decades, and I'd never seen so much as a curtain twitch. But Martha wasn't the type to make things up, so I made a note to swing by and take a look. You sure it wasn't just a trick of the light? Maybe a sheet hanging in the window or something?" Martha fixed me with the kind of look that could wilt lettuce. "Sheriff, I know the difference between a person and a bed sheet. There was a woman in that window, and she was looking right at me." I promised Martha I'd check it out, and I meant to. But things got busy. There was a fender bender out on Route 9, and then Jim Patterson's prize bull got loose again and terrorized half the county before we could corral it, and by the time I remembered to drive past the Henley place, it was nearly dark. The house looked the same as always. Empty. Abandoned. Dead. But as I slowed down to get a better look, I caught a glimpse of something in that attic window. Just for a second, just long enough to make me hit the brakes and pull over to the shoulder. I sat there for maybe 5 minutes, engine idling, staring up at that window. There was nothing there. Nothing but darkness and the reflection of my own headlights in the glass. Still, I made a mental note to come back during the day and take a proper look around. That was my first mistake. The second report came in 3 days later. This time it was Carl Brennan, who owns the auto shop on Main Street. Carl's not what you'd call an imaginative man. He sees the world in terms of what's broken and what needs fixing, and he doesn't waste time on flights of fancy. "Sheriff, I need to report a trespasser," he said, standing in front of my desk with his cap in his hands. "Someone's been staying in the old Henley place." Martha Crenshaw mentioned the same thing. "You see someone in the window?" "Not just in the window. I was driving home from Millfield yesterday evening, and I saw her walking around the property. Woman in a white dress, dark hair. She was picking flowers from what's left of the garden." This got my attention. One person seeing something in a window could be a trick of the light. 2 people seeing an actual person on the property meant I had a squatter situation on my hands. "You talked to her?" Carl shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "Well, that's the strange part. I pulled over to tell her she was on private property, but when I got out of the truck she was gone. Just gone. Like she'd never been there at all. Could she have gone inside the house? I suppose. But I walked all around the place, and I didn't see any signs of forced entry. No broken windows, no doors standing open. It was like she just vanished." I told Carl I'd investigate, and this time I meant it. But as I was getting ready to head out to the Henley place, my phone rang. It was Doc Morrison from over at the medical center. "Sheriff, I need you to come by when you get a chance. I've got something I need to show you." Doc Morrison had been the town's only doctor for as long as anyone could remember. He'd delivered half the babies in the county, set more broken bones than he could count, and seen pretty much everything that could go wrong with the human body. He wasn't the type to call unless it was important. I found him in his office, sitting behind his desk with a folder open in front of him. He looked up when I came in, and I could see something was bothering him. "What's on your mind, Doc?" He gestured to the chair across from his desk. "I had 3 patients come in this week. Different days, different complaints, but they all told me the same story." "What kind of story?" "They all said they met a woman. Dark hair, pale skin, wearing white. They all said she was new in town, but they couldn't remember exactly when they met her or where. And here's the thing, they all described her exactly the same way, down to the smallest detail." Doc Morrison opened the folder and pulled out 3 sheets of paper. Patient notes, written in his careful handwriting. "Mrs. Patterson came in Monday with chest pains. Turned out to be anxiety, but while I was examining her, she mentioned meeting this woman at the grocery store. Said the woman was asking about the old families in town, the ones who'd been here since the beginning. Mrs. Patterson said she spent an hour talking to her, but when I asked what they talked about, she couldn't remember a single word of the conversation." He pulled out the second sheet. "Tuesday, it was young Tommy Brennan, Carl's boy. Came in with his mother for his school physical. While I was checking his ears, he mentioned meeting a lady who was asking about the old well behind the Henley place. Said she wanted to know if anyone had ever drowned in it. Tommy's mother didn't remember seeing him talk to anyone." The third sheet. "Wednesday, it was Frank Morrison, no relation, despite the name. He came in for his blood pressure medication, and he told me about meeting this woman outside the post office. Said she was asking about the Henley family, wanted to know what happened to make them leave town so suddenly. Frank said he told her the whole story, but when I asked him to repeat it, he couldn't remember what he'd said." Doc Morrison closed the folder and leaned back in his chair. 3 different people, 3 different days, all describing the same woman asking the same kinds of questions. And none of them can remember the actual conversations they had with her. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "You think someone's going around town asking questions about the Henley place?" That's what I thought at first. But then I realized something. Mrs. Patterson said she met this woman at the grocery store on Monday. I called over there to see if anyone else had noticed her. Nobody had. Tommy said he met her outside the school on Tuesday. I checked with his teacher. She was with the kids the whole time they were outside, and she didn't see Tommy talking to anyone. Frank said he met her at the post office on Wednesday, but the postmaster was there all day, and he says Frank was the only customer who came in. The cold in my stomach spread to my chest. So either 3 people are lying about meeting this woman, or they met someone who somehow didn't exist for anyone else. I thanked Doc Morrison and headed straight for the Henley place. It was just past noon, and the sun was high enough to burn off the morning mist that always seemed to hang around the low places near the county line. I parked in the overgrown driveway and sat for a moment, looking up at the house. From the outside, it looked exactly like it always had. Empty. Abandoned. The porch steps were rotted through in places, and the front door hung slightly ajar on rusted hinges. The windows on the first floor were boarded up, but the second floor windows were still intact, their glass reflecting the sky like dead eyes. And then there was the attic window. I'd never really looked at it closely before, but now I could see that it was different from the others. Larger, for one thing, and positioned in a way that gave it a clear view of the road in both directions. The glass was cleaner than it had any right to be, and there was something about the way the light hit it that made it seem like it was looking back at me. I got out of the car and walked around the property, looking for signs that someone had been staying there. The grass was knee-high and hadn't been cut in years, but I could see places where it had been trampled down. Paths, almost, leading from the road to the house and around to the backyard. The backyard was where things got interesting. The old garden was mostly weeds now, but someone had been tending to it. Not recently, but not 17 years ago either. There were flowers blooming in neat rows, white roses, mostly, and some kind of pale yellow flower I didn't recognize. They looked healthy, well-watered, like someone had been caring for them. And then there was the well. The Henley boy had drowned in that well 17 years ago, and afterward, the family had it boarded up and sealed. But now the boards were gone, and the well was open. I walked over to the edge and looked down. The water was maybe 6 feet down, dark and still as glass. Too deep for a 12-year-old to stand in, but not deep enough to drown in unless something went wrong. Or unless someone held you under. I was still staring into the water when I heard footsteps behind me. "She's been waiting for you." I spun around, my hand automatically going to my weapon, but there was no one there. Just the empty yard and the sound of wind through the tall grass. But I'd heard it. A woman's voice, soft and clear, speaking from right behind me. I spent another hour searching the property, inside and out. The house was empty, just like it had been for 17 years. Dust on everything, floorboards creaking under my feet, the smell of mold and neglect in every room. I checked every closet, every corner, every place someone could hide. Nothing. But when I got to the attic, I found something that made my blood run cold. The room was small and cramped, with a slanted ceiling and that single window facing the road. The floorboards were covered in dust, but there were footprints. Fresh ones. A woman's bare feet, by the size of them, pacing back and forth from the window to the stairs. And written in the dust on the windowsill, in neat, careful letters, were the words, "They remember now." I got out of that house as fast as I could and drove straight back to town. I needed to talk to Martha Crenshaw again, and Carl Brennan, and anyone else who'd seen this woman. I needed to figure out what was happening before it got worse. But when I got to Martha's house, she wasn't there. Her neighbors said she'd gone to visit her sister in Millfield, and wouldn't be back until the weekend. When I went to Carl's shop, he was gone too. His wife said he'd driven to the city to pick up parts and wouldn't be back until tomorrow. It was like everyone who'd seen the woman had suddenly decided to leave town at the same time. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those footprints in the dust, and the voice I'd heard behind me at the well, and the words written on the windowsill. They remember now. Remember what? Around midnight, I gave up trying to sleep and decided to drive past the Henley place one more time. Just to make sure everything was quiet. The house was dark, just like always. But as I drove past, I caught a glimpse of something in the attic window. A pale face, framed by dark hair, looking down at me. I hit the brakes and pulled over, grabbing my flashlight from the glove compartment. When I shined the light up at the window, there was nothing there. But the voice came again, clear as day, even though I was sitting in my car with the windows rolled up. "She's been waiting for you, Sheriff. She's been waiting for a long time." I looked around, but the road was empty. No other cars, no people walking, nothing but the empty house and the darkness pressing in from all sides. "Who's been waiting?" I called out, feeling foolish but needing to know. "The one who remembers. The one who knows what really happened to the boy." My hands were shaking as I reached for my radio. I needed backup, needed someone else to witness whatever was happening here. but when I tried to call it in, all I got was static. The voice came a third time, softer now, almost like a whisper in my ear. "He didn't drown, Sheriff. He was pushed." I sat there for a long time, engine running, trying to make sense of what I'd heard. The Henley boy's death had been ruled an accidental drowning. No signs of foul play, no evidence of violence. Just a 12-year-old boy who'd somehow drowned in 6 feet of water. But what if there was more to the story? What if someone had been there that day, someone who'd seen what really happened? The next morning, I drove to the county courthouse and pulled the file on the Henley boy's death. I'd read it before, of course, but I wanted to go through it again, looking for anything I might have missed. The file was thin. A few police reports, the coroner's findings, statements from the family. According to the reports, the boy had been playing outside while his parents were in town buying supplies. When they came home, they found him in the well. No witnesses, no signs of struggle, no reason to suspect anything other than a tragic accident. But as I read through the statements, something caught my attention. The boy's older sister had mentioned seeing a woman in a white dress walking around the property earlier that day. A woman she didn't recognize, who'd been asking questions about the family. The investigating officer had dismissed it as unimportant. People in small towns are curious about their neighbors, and strangers passing through often ask questions. But reading it now, with everything that had been happening, it felt significant. I closed the file and leaned back in my chair. A woman in white, asking questions about the family. A woman who'd been there the day the boy died, and who'd been seen again, 17 years later, still asking questions. But that was impossible. If there had been a witness to the boy's death, she would have been interviewed at the time. She would have come forward, told the police what she'd seen. Unless she couldn't. Unless she was already dead. I spent the rest of the day trying to track down information about anyone who might have died on or near the Henley property. I checked obituaries, death certificates, missing person reports going back 50 years. I found plenty of deaths. It's a small town, but people die everywhere. But nothing that seemed connected to the Henley place. That evening, I decided to go back to the house one more time. I told myself I was just being thorough, making sure there wasn't a squatter or a vagrant who needed help. But the truth was, I needed to know what was happening. I needed to understand. This time, I parked on the road and walked up the driveway. The sun was setting, painting the sky the color of old blood, and the house looked different in the dying light. Older somehow. More solid. Like it had been there longer than anyone remembered. I walked around to the backyard, to the well where the boy had died. The water was still and dark, reflecting the last of the daylight like a mirror. I stood at the edge, looking down, trying to imagine what had happened here 17 years ago. That's when I saw her. Not in the water, but reflected in it. A woman in a white dress, standing behind me. Dark hair, pale skin, eyes that seemed to hold all the sadness in the world. I turned around, but there was no one there. When I looked back at the water, the reflection was gone too. But the voice was there, speaking from the depths of the well. I tried to save him. I knelt by the edge of the well, my hands shaking. "Who are you?" "I lived here once. Long ago, before the Henleys, before anyone remembers. I died here too, in this same water. An accident, they said. But I stayed. I stayed to watch over the place, to make sure nothing like it happened again. But the boy. I tried to save him. I saw the other one push him in, saw him hold the boy under until he stopped struggling. I tried to help, but I couldn't touch him. I couldn't do anything but watch. My throat felt dry as sand. Who pushed him? Someone who wanted the family to leave. Someone who wanted the house empty, Wanted the secrets buried. Someone who knew what was hidden here. What secrets? But the voice was fading, growing distant. Look under the porch. Look where the stones are loose. You'll find what you're looking for. I sat by the well until full dark, but the voice didn't come again. Finally, I got my flashlight and walked around to the front of the house. The porch was sagging and rotten, held up by stacks of fieldstone that had probably been there since the house was built. Most of the stones were settled deep into the earth, but there was one section where they looked newer, less weathered. I started pulling them away, using my flashlight to see what was underneath. It didn't take long to find what I was looking for. The bones were small, delicate. A child's bones, wrapped in what had once been a white dress. They'd been there a long time, longer than 17 years, maybe longer than anyone alive could remember. I sat back on my heels, staring at what I'd found. A child's skeleton, hidden under the porch of an abandoned house. A child who'd died wearing white, who'd been buried in secret, who'd been forgotten by everyone except me. I looked up, and she was there. Standing in the doorway of the house, solid as life, wearing a white dress that seemed to glow in the darkness. She was young, maybe 12 or 13, with dark hair and pale skin and eyes that held 17 years of waiting. "I've been trying to tell someone for so long," she said. "Trying to make them remember, make them listen. But they always forget. They talk to me, but then they forget what we talked about. Because you're dead." She nodded. "I fell in the well when I was 12. An accident, just like they said about the Henley boy. But I stayed. I stayed because I knew someone would come back someday, someone who'd done this before. Someone who'd pushed other children into that water. And you were right. I tried to save him. I tried to warn him, but he couldn't hear me. Not until it was too late." I looked down at the bones in the white dress. "How long have you been here?" "Since 1923. My name was Sarah. Sarah Fletcher. My family lived here before the Henleys bought the place. We moved away after I died, but I stayed. I stayed to watch. And the person who pushed the Henley boy is still alive. Still in town. Still killing children when he gets the chance." I felt sick. All this time, I'd been thinking about ghosts and mysteries and things that couldn't be explained. But the truth was simpler and more horrible than that. There was a killer in my town, someone who'd been getting away with murder for decades. "Who is it?" But Sarah was already fading, becoming transparent in the darkness. "Look for the one who was there both times. The one who had reason to want the families gone. The one who benefits from keeping the secrets buried." Wait. But she was gone, leaving me alone with the bones and the darkness, and the terrible knowledge of what I'd found. I called the state police that night, told them I'd found human remains that needed to be investigated. They sent a team out the next morning, and by noon, they'd confirmed what I already knew. The bones belonged to a young girl who'd been dead for decades. Murder, they said, based on the fractures in her skull. It took 3 days to identify her from dental records. Sarah Fletcher, aged 12, reported drowned in the well behind her family's house in 1923. Her body had never been found. The state investigators took over the case, started interviewing everyone in town who might have information about the Henley boy's death. And as they dug deeper, a pattern started to emerge. There had been other deaths over the years. Other children who drowned in places where they shouldn't have been able to drown. Always ruled accidental, always with one person present who'd tried to help, but couldn't save them. The same person every time. He'd been 17 when Sarah Fletcher died, 44 when the Henley boy drowned. Now he was in his 80s, a respected member of the community, someone everyone trusted. Someone who'd been covering up his crimes for over 60 years. They arrested him on a Tuesday morning. Doc Morrison. The man who'd delivered half the babies in the county. Who'd been there for every birth and every death. Who'd had access to every family's secrets and every child's trust. He confessed the same day. Said he'd been killing children since he was a teenager, said he couldn't help himself. Said he'd chosen isolated families, people who wouldn't be missed or who could be convinced to leave town after their children died. The Fletchers had moved away after Sarah's death, never knowing their daughter had been murdered. The Henleys had done the same thing after their boy drowned. And over the years, other families had lost children and moved on, carrying their grief with them. But Sarah had stayed. She'd stayed and watched and waited, trying to warn people, trying to make them remember. And when she couldn't make the living listen, she'd found a way to make the dead speak. Doc Morrison died in prison 3 months later. Heart attack, the warden said. Natural causes. I retired 6 months after that. 43 years of wearing the badge, and I'd missed a serial killer who'd been operating right under my nose the whole time. It was Sarah who'd solved the case, Sarah who'd made sure justice was finally done. I drive past the Henley place sometimes, now that I've got time on my hands. The state tore down the house after the investigation was over, filled in the well, and sold the land to a developer. There's a subdivision there now, 30 houses full of young families with children who play in yards where Sarah Fletcher and the Henley boy once walked. I never see her in the windows anymore. I think she's finally at rest, now that the truth is out and the man who killed her is dead. But sometimes, on quiet evenings when the wind is blowing just right, I think I hear children laughing in those yards. More children than the census says live there. And I like to think one of those voices belongs to Sarah, finally free to play with other children instead of watching over them. Finally able to be a child again, instead of a guardian angel for the living and the dead. We only ever saw her through the attic window, and yet every single one of us swears we spoke to her at some point. Now I know why. She was trying to tell us something important, something we needed to hear. And she kept trying until someone finally listened. That's the thing about the dead I've learned. They're not always trying to scare you. Sometimes they're just trying to help. Sometimes they're the only witnesses to crimes that would otherwise go unpunished, the only voices that can speak for those who can no longer speak for themselves. Sometimes the dead are the only ones who remember what the living want to forget. And sometimes, if you listen carefully enough, they'll tell you everything you need to know. It started when we found the footprints on the ceiling of the general store, going both ways like someone was pacing. I've been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years now, and in all that time, I thought I'd seen everything this old town could throw at me. Domestic disputes that turned bloody, kids getting into the abandoned copper mine and coming out changed, the occasional drifter who'd wander and talking about things that made the hair on your arms stand up. But those footprints, well, they were different. The call came in on a Tuesday morning in late October. Mrs. Chin, who ran Chen's General, had arrived to open up and found her front door unlocked, though she swore she'd locked it the night before. Nothing was missing. That was the first strange thing. The register was untouched, cigarettes and lottery tickets still in their proper places. But when she looked up to check the smoke detector battery like she did every Tuesday, she saw them. Size 11 work boots, pressed clear as day into the acoustic tile ceiling. The impressions went from the front counter straight back toward the pharmacy section, then turned around and came back. Perfect heel-to-toe stride, like someone walking normally. Except they were upside down, 12 feet off the ground. I stood in that store for near an hour, neck craning back until it ached, just staring at those prints. The tiles were old, installed back in '78, and they'd taken the impressions like they were made of soft clay. You could see the tread pattern, even a small nick in the left heel that would match someone's actual boot if you found the right pair. "Sheriff, how do you suppose someone got up there?" Mrs. Chen asked, wrapping her cardigan tighter around herself. The store felt cold that morning, colder than it should have been with the heat running. I didn't have an answer for her then. I still don't, not really. But that was just the beginning. 2 days later, it was the barber shop. Old Pete Kowalski had been cutting hair in the same chair for 43 years, and he'd never seen anything like what we found Thursday morning. The mirrors, all 4 of them, mounted on different walls, showed things that weren't there. When Pete looked in the main mirror behind his chair, he saw his reflection clearly enough. But in the peripheral vision, in the edges where the other mirrors caught the reflection of reflections, there were shapes. People-shaped shadows standing in corners where no one stood. Faces in the doorway to the back room where he kept his supplies. "It's like they're in some other version of the shop," Pete told me, his voice shaky as cigarette ash. "Same layout, same everything, but populated different." I went to look for myself. At first I thought it was just tricks of light, the way shadows can play with your mind when you're already spooked. But then I saw her, a woman in a blue dress, standing right behind where I was sitting. I turned around quick as I could move these old bones. Nothing there. But in the mirror she remained, watching me with eyes that seemed far too interested in what I might do next. The strangest part was when I moved, she moved too. Not mimicking me, but moving in response, like we were having some kind of conversation through glass and silver, and whatever lies between the world and its reflection. I banned Pete from opening the shop until I could figure out what was happening. He didn't argue. The whispers started the next week. First it was the Hendersons, who lived in the old Victorian on Maple Street. They called about sounds coming from under their house, voices talking in low murmurs that seemed to travel through the heating ducts and up through the floorboards. When I crawled down into their crawl space with the flashlight, I could hear them too. Conversations, almost. The rhythm and cadence of people talking, but the words were just out of reach, like trying to remember a dream after you've been awake too long. The space under the Henderson house was clean, well maintained. No signs of vagrant camps or animal nests. Just the smell of old earth and the persistent feeling that I was intruding on something private and important. Then it was the Millbrook Public Library. Mrs. Garrett, the librarian, reported voices coming from the walls themselves. Not the heating system, not loose floorboards or settling timber, the actual walls. She'd press her ear to the paneling in the reference section and hear what sounded like a committee meeting being held inside the very structure of the building. By the time I made it over there, the sounds were strong enough that you didn't need to press your ear to anything. Standing in the main reading room, you could hear them, muffled discussions, the occasional laugh, someone clearing their throat. All of it coming from behind the horsehair plaster like the walls had been hollowed out and filled with invisible people. I called the fire department to check for carbon monoxide. Levels were normal. I called a pest control service to check for unusual insect or rodent activity. They found nothing. I even called my brother-in-law who worked construction to come tap around and see if there were hidden spaces behind the walls. The building was solid, exactly as it had been built in 1923. But the voices remained. November brought the mirrors. It started with the Rexall Pharmacy on Main Street. Customer bathrooms, employee break room, the security mirror mounted above the prescription counter. They all began showing things that defied explanation. Not shadows this time, but clear, detailed images of the same spaces with different contents. The pharmacy mirrors showed the same prescription counter, but stocked with medicines that didn't exist. Bottles with labels I couldn't read, liquid preparations in colors that made your eyes water to look at them directly. In the employee break room mirror, The same table and chairs appeared, but arranged differently and occupied by people who weren't there when you turned around. But it was the customer bathroom mirror that really got to people. Instead of reflecting the modest single-occupancy restroom, it showed what appeared to be the same space, but vast. The walls stretched back further than they should have been able to, opening into a larger room with the same institutional tile and harsh fluorescent lighting, but extending beyond what the actual building could contain. And in that larger space, there were occupants. People in the mirrors didn't seem to notice they were being watched. They went about their business, walking through spaces that corresponded to our world but weren't quite our world, using rooms that existed in dimensions that didn't quite match ours. Sometimes they'd interact with objects that weren't there when you looked away from the mirror. Sometimes they'd look directly at you, and their eyes held a recognition that suggested they knew something you didn't. The hardware store on Pine Street was next. Then the post office. By December, there wasn't a public building in Millbrook that didn't have at least one mirror showing impossible things, or at least one wall that whispered with invisible conversations, or floors and ceilings that bore the impressions of footsteps that couldn't be explained. I stopped sleeping well around this time. Every night I'd lie awake thinking about those reflections, wondering if the people in the mirrors went home to their own beds, or if they just stood there in the silvered darkness, waiting for morning light to give them purpose again. The town council met 3 times to discuss the situation. Each meeting was smaller than the last as people found reasons to be elsewhere, to take care of pressing business that couldn't wait. By the 3rd meeting, it was just myself, Mayor Hutchins, and Mrs. Garrett from the library. "We need to bring in outside help," the mayor said. "State police, maybe. Or someone from the university who deals with unusual phenomena." Mrs. Garrett shook her head. "What would we tell them? That our buildings are haunted? That our mirrors show things that aren't really there? We tell them the truth," I said, though even as I spoke the words, I wasn't sure what the truth was anymore. That night, I made rounds through downtown like I had every night for 37 years, checking doors and looking for anything out of place. But now, looking for anything out of place included checking the sky for footprints, and avoiding my own reflection in storefront windows. I was walking past the general store when I noticed the light was on in the back office. Mrs. Chen had closed hours ago, and she was careful about turning off lights to save on electricity. I used my key. All the business owners had given me keys years ago for exactly these kinds of situations, and let myself in. The store was empty, as it should have been. But the office light was on, and I could hear something from the back room. Not voices this time, but footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving back and forth across what sounded like a larger space than the small office actually was. I called out, identified myself as sheriff, demanded whoever was back there come out with their hands visible. The footsteps stopped. Then, after a moment that stretched too long, they resumed. But now they were coming from above me. I looked up at the acoustic tile ceiling where we'd found those first impossible footprints weeks ago. The tiles were shifting slightly, bowing down as if under the weight of someone walking across them. The footsteps moved from one end of the store to the other, turned around, and came back. The same pattern as those original prints, but happening in real time. I drew my service weapon, though I couldn't have told you what I intended to shoot at. The footsteps continued, accompanied now by the gentle creaking of ceiling joists that were never meant to support the weight of a human being. Yet somehow they were. Then the footsteps stopped directly above where I was standing. I waited, gun drawn, neck craned back, watching the ceiling tiles bow under impossible weight. After a long moment, one tile shifted slightly aside, and I found myself looking up into darkness that seemed deeper than the small space between the ceiling and the roof should have allowed. And something looked back. I can't describe what I saw in any way that would make sense to someone who wasn't there. It wasn't quite a face, not exactly, but it had the weight of attention that faces carry. It was looking at me with the same curiosity I'd been directing upward, and I had the distinct impression that it was just as surprised to see me as I was to see it. We regarded each other for what felt like hours but was probably only seconds. Then, with deliberate care, the tile was shifted back into place. The footsteps resumed, moved to the far end of the store, and stopped. I stood there until morning, gun drawn, watching the ceiling. The footsteps never resumed, but I could feel that presence above me, patient and waiting. When Mrs. Chin arrived to open the store, she found me sitting in one of the plastic chairs she kept for elderly customers, my service weapon on the counter beside me, staring at the ceiling. "Sheriff? Are you all right?" I looked at her, this woman who'd run an honest business in Millbrook for 15 years, who never caused trouble for anyone, who deserved better than having her store turned into something impossible. "The ceiling," I said. "Has it always been that high?" She looked up, following my gaze. The acoustic tiles were exactly where they'd always been, 12 feet above the floor. But somehow, they seemed higher now. The space above them seemed to extend further than the architecture of the building should have allowed. I think so," she said, but her voice carried uncertainty. "It looks the same to me." But it didn't look the same to me. The ceiling looked like it opened into something larger now, something that used the dimensions of the general store as a starting point but wasn't limited by them. And I had the feeling that what I'd seen looking back at me from that darkness wasn't confined to the small space above the tiles. That was 3 months ago. Since then, things have gotten quieter in Millbrook, but not in a way that suggests they've gotten better. The footprints on ceilings have stopped appearing, but you can still feel weight moving overhead in places where there shouldn't be anyone walking. The whispers in the walls have become softer, but they're more frequent now, like there are more conversations happening behind the plaster, more meetings being held in spaces that don't quite exist. And the mirrors have stopped showing other versions of our spaces. Now they just show darkness. Reflective darkness that gives back your image, but with the persistent feeling that something is looking out from behind your reflection, studying you with the same careful attention you'd give to something you were trying to understand. People have started avoiding downtown. Business owners open late and close early. The mirror in my own bathroom at home now shows my reflection against a background that's slightly different each morning. Same bathroom, same fixtures, but the walls are a different color, or there's a window where there shouldn't be one, or the door is on the wrong side of the room. I've stopped looking too closely. Mrs. Chin closed the general store last week. She said she couldn't handle the feeling of being watched while she worked, the sense that her customers included people she couldn't see but who were definitely there, shopping for things that weren't on her shelves. The barber shop has been empty since Pete decided to take early retirement in December. The mirrors are still there, still reflecting things that aren't quite right, but now there's no one around to look into them regularly. I wonder sometimes what those reflected spaces look like now that they're not being observed. I wonder if the woman in the blue dress is still there, waiting for someone to notice her. I wonder if any of this started because we noticed the footprints on the ceiling, or if the footprints appeared because something wanted us to start noticing. Sometimes, late at night when I'm making my rounds, I'll catch glimpses of lights in buildings that should be empty, or hear conversations drifting from stores that have been closed for hours. But when I investigate, everything is locked up tight, everything is exactly as it should be. Except it isn't, and I think it never will be again. The thing about small towns is that they keep their secrets well. Millbrook has always been good at that. We've always been the kind of place where strange things happen and people learn to live with them, to work around them, to pretend they're normal, until they become normal. But these secrets feel different. They feel like they're changing us instead of us changing them. I've got 2 years left until retirement. 2 years to figure out what's happening to my town, or 2 years to learn to live with whatever it's becoming. Either way, I suspect the person who takes over this job when I'm gone is going to need a different kind of training than what they teach at the police academy. Because Millbrook isn't the same town it was 6 months ago. The buildings are the same, the streets are the same, the people are mostly the same. But underneath it all, behind the mirrors and within the walls and above the ceilings, there's something else now. Something that's been watching us as carefully as we've been trying not to watch it. And I think it's just getting started. Last Tuesday, I was walking past the old Methodist church on Elm Street when I noticed something that made me stop in my tracks. The church has been abandoned since 1987, when the congregation got too small to maintain the building. The doors have been locked for 35 years. But there were lights on inside. Not electric lights. The power was shut off decades ago. But a warm, yellow glow coming through the stained glass windows, the kind of light you get from candles or oil lamps. I stood on the sidewalk for 10 minutes, watching those windows, and I could see shadows moving inside. People-shaped shadows, passing back and forth in front of the light sources, going about some kind of business in a building that should have been empty and dark. I had my keys with me. The church committee had given me a key years ago, just in case vandals tried to break in or the weather damaged something and we needed to secure the building. I could have unlocked that door and walked inside to see what was happening. Instead, I got in my patrol car and drove home. Some things, I've learned, are better left uninvestigated. Some doors are better left unopened. And some towns, once they start changing, need to be allowed to change in their own way, in their own time. Millbrook is becoming something different than what it was. I can feel it in the way the morning air tastes, in the way sounds carry differently through the streets, in the way shadows fall at angles that don't quite match the position of the sun. Whether it's becoming something better or something worse, I can't say. But I can say this: whatever is happening here, it's bigger than footprints on ceilings and whispers in walls. It's bigger than mirrors that show impossible reflections in buildings that contain more space than their architecture should allow. It's the kind of change that starts small and spreads, the kind that begins with one strange thing and doesn't stop until everything is strange. And once it's finished, once Millbrook has become whatever it's becoming, I suspect the people who live here won't remember what it used to be like. They'll look at their reflections in mirrors that show rooms with different dimensions, and it will seem normal. They'll hear conversations in the walls, and it will seem like that's how walls have always behaved. They'll find footprints on their ceilings, and they'll assume that's just something that happens sometimes. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. Maybe every town needs to change eventually, needs to become something more than what it started as. Maybe the strangeness isn't a problem to be solved, but an evolution to be experienced. But I'll tell you this: if you ever find yourself driving through a small town and you notice that the mirrors in the shop windows seem to show things that aren't quite right, or you hear whispers coming from inside the walls of public buildings, or you see footprints in places where footprints shouldn't be able to go, keep driving. Some towns are meant to be passed through, not stopped in. And some changes are meant to happen without witnesses from the outside world. Millbrook is becoming something new, something that exists in the spaces between what is and what might be. And those of us who live here, we're becoming something new along with it, whether we want to or not. End of Sheriff's account. They built the town over the mine, not beside it. That was their first mistake. I've been sheriff of Millhaven for 37 years, and in all that time, I never understood why the old-timers would cross themselves when they walked past Founders Square. Never understood why the oldest families in town, the Weatherbys, the Kowalskis, the handful of others whose names are carved on headstones dating back to 1887, would get that pinched look around their eyes whenever someone mentioned expanding the town hall or putting in new water lines. I understand now. The humming started on a Tuesday in October. Not the kind of October day that makes you think of pumpkins and cider, but the gray, bone-deep cold kind that seeps through your jacket and settles in your joints. I was sitting in my office, working through a stack of paperwork that never seemed to get smaller, when Martha Henley came in looking like she'd seen her own ghost. Martha's lived on Elm Street for 43 years, right across from the old municipal building that houses my office. She's the kind of woman who notices when Mrs. Patterson's roses bloom 2 days late, or when the Sanderson boy starts walking to school a different way. Nothing gets past Martha Henley, which is why I paid attention when she sat down in the chair across from my desk and said, "Sheriff, something's not right under my house." "What kind of not right, Martha?" She twisted her wedding ring, a habit she developed since Harold passed 3 years back. "It's humming. Real soft-like, but constant. Started yesterday evening around supper time and hasn't stopped since." I set down my pen. In a town like Millhaven, population 2,847 on a good day, you learn to take the little complaints seriously. They're usually connected to bigger problems. Could be your furnace kicking on. October's been cold this year. Check the furnace first thing. It's not coming from the furnace. Martha's fingers worried at that ring like it might disappear if she stopped touching it. It's coming from underneath. From the ground itself. That should have been my first warning. I walked Martha home, telling myself I was being thorough. Her house is one of those narrow 2-stories they built in the 20s, when Millhaven was still growing and people believed the copper mine might reopen someday. The foundation sits on solid bedrock, or what we always assumed was solid bedrock. Standing in Martha's basement, I could hear it too. A low, steady hum that seemed to vibrate through the concrete floor and into my bones. Not mechanical. Not electrical. Something else entirely. "How long did you say this has been going on?" "Since yesterday evening. Right around 6 o'clock. Martha stood at the bottom of the stairs, arms wrapped around herself despite the basement's warmth. "I called my nephew in Portland, asked if maybe they were doing construction somewhere nearby. He said I was being foolish, but Sheriff." "But what, Martha? I've lived in this house longer than anywhere else in my whole life. I know how it sounds, how it feels. This isn't right." I knelt down and pressed my ear to the floor. The humming was there, all right, steady as a heartbeat, deep enough to feel in your chest. I'd heard similar sounds before, usually from large machinery or electrical transformers. But Martha was right. This wasn't coming from anything man-made. I spent the next hour checking the obvious things. No construction within a mile radius. No new utility work. The power company hadn't reported any issues with their underground lines. By the time I left Martha's house, the humming had crept under my skin like an itch I couldn't scratch. That night, I called the County Geological Survey office. The woman who answered sounded tired and overworked, but she listened while I described what Martha and I had heard. "You said Millhaven? Hold on a second." I heard papers rustling, the click of computer keys. "Says here your town was built over an old copper mine. Sealed in 1924 after a collapse killed 16 men. I know about the mine. What I want to know is whether underground formations can produce sound like what we're hearing." More clicking. "Not usually. Geological formations are pretty quiet unless something's shifting. You haven't had any earthquakes recently, have you?" We hadn't. The last earthquake anyone remembered in our part of the state was back in '78, and that was barely strong enough to rattle windows. I thanked the woman and hung up, But sleep didn't come easy that night. I kept thinking about Martha's basement, about that steady humming that seemed to rise from deep underground. Kept thinking about the old mine shaft that ran beneath half the town, sealed up with concrete and steel, and the hope that some things were better left buried. The next morning brought 3 more complaints. Tom Eisner, who runs the hardware store on Main Street, said the humming was so loud in his shop's basement that he couldn't concentrate on inventory. Sarah Chin, whose law office sits above the old barber shop, reported the same thing. And old Pete Kowalski, whose grandfather was one of the men who died in the mine collapse, stood in my office with tears in his eyes and said his basement floor was warm to the touch. "It's them," Pete whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. "They're trying to come back up." I should have dismissed it as an old man's superstition. Should have focused on finding a rational explanation for what was clearly some kind of acoustic phenomenon. But Pete Kowalski's grandfather had been down in that mine when it collapsed, and the Kowalskis have long memories. By noon, I had 7 more reports. All from houses and businesses in a 6-block radius around Founders Square. All describing the same low, constant humming. All coming from underground. I called the State Geological Office and got transferred 3 times before reaching someone who claimed to know about mining operations. Dr. Elizabeth Vance sounded young and enthusiastic, the kind of person who gets excited about rock formations and mineral deposits. "Sheriff, I need to ask you some specific questions. Has there been any surface subsidence? Any cracks in foundations or sidewalks? Any unusual odors?" "No subsidence that I've noticed. No cracks. But now that you mention it..." I paused, remembering something I'd noticed but hadn't really processed. "There's been a smell. Metallic, like old copper pennies. I first noticed it yesterday at Martha Henley's house, but it's gotten stronger." "How much stronger?" I looked out my office window at Main Street, where a few people were going about their normal business. But even from the 2nd floor, I could smell it now, that sharp, metallic scent that seemed to cling to the back of your throat. "Dr. Vance, I think you better come take a look at this yourself." She arrived the next afternoon, driving a state vehicle loaded with equipment I couldn't pronounce the names of. Dr. Vance turned out to be about 30, with short brown hair and the kind of intense focus that made you feel like a specimen under a microscope. We started at Martha's house, where the humming had grown noticeably louder. Dr. Vance set up some kind of sound measuring device and took readings while Martha hovered nearby, wringing her hands. "This is unprecedented," Dr. Vance said, studying her instruments. "The frequency is extremely low, almost below the range of human hearing. But the amplitude suggests the sound source is massive." "Massive how?" "Think of it this way, Sheriff. To produce this much acoustic energy, you need something very large moving very slowly, or something under enormous pressure trying to equalize." Martha made a small whimpering sound. I put a hand on her shoulder, but my attention stayed fixed on Dr. Vance. "What kind of pressure?" "That's what we need to find out. I'm going to take some core samples, check the mineral composition of the soil. But first, I want to see the original mine records." The mine records were kept in the basement of the county courthouse, 20 miles away in Oakville. While Dr. Vance drove over to examine them, I made my rounds through the affected area. The humming was spreading, now covering 8 blocks instead of 6. The metallic smell had grown stronger too, sharp enough to make your eyes water if you stayed outside too long. But it was the other things I noticed that worried me most. Dogs wouldn't walk through Founders Square anymore. I watched Mrs. Garrett try to take her golden retriever on their usual route, only to have the dog plant its feet and refuse to move past the old gazebo. The dog was whining, a high anxious sound that made my skin crawl. The birds were wrong too. Not gone, wrong. They'd gather in unusual numbers on certain buildings, always in perfect silence, always facing the same direction, always looking down, as if they were watching something move beneath the streets. When Dr. Vance returned from the courthouse, her face was pale and drawn. "Sheriff, we need to talk. Privately." We went to my office, where she spread out copies of yellow documents across my desk. Maps, engineering reports, correspondence between the mining company and state officials. "The mine was deeper than anyone realized," she said without preamble. "Much deeper. The main shaft went down 300 feet, but there was an exploratory tunnel that went down almost twice that far. And Sheriff," she pointed to a hand-drawn map dated 1923. "They never sealed the deep tunnel. Only the main shaft." I studied the map, trying to make sense of the cramped handwriting and crude surveying marks. Why wouldn't they seal everything? Because they didn't know it existed. This tunnel was dug in secret during the last months of operation. The foreman was convinced there was a major copper vein deeper down, but the company was already planning to shut down. So he kept a crew working at night, off the books. "The crew that died in the collapse?" Dr. Vance nodded. "All 16 men were in the deep tunnel when it happened. The official report says they were killed instantly, but..." She pulled out another document, this one typewritten and official-looking. "The rescue team never found the bodies. They assumed they were buried under tons of rock and sealed the main shaft to prevent further collapses." I sat back in my chair, feeling something cold settle in my stomach. "So those men are still down there, along with whatever they found in that deep tunnel?" Dr. Vance's voice was barely above a whisper. "Sheriff, the mineral samples I took today showed traces of elements that shouldn't exist in this geological formation. Rare earth metals, some compounds I couldn't even identify." "What does that mean?" "I think they found something down there. Something that's been sealed away for 100 years. She looked up at me, and I saw fear in her eyes. "And I think it's trying to get out." That night I couldn't sleep. Not because of the humming, though that was getting louder, but because of what Dr. Vance had shown me. Those crude maps kept running through my mind, along with the image of 16 men digging deeper and deeper into the earth, looking for copper and finding something else entirely. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and walked downtown. The streets were empty except for the sound of my footsteps and that constant, bone-deep humming that seemed to rise from every crack in the sidewalk. Founders Square looked different in the darkness. The old gazebo, built in 1925 to commemorate the town's mining heritage, cast shadows that seemed too long and too dark. The bronze plaque at its base, which I'd walked past thousands of times without really reading, caught my attention now. "In memory of those who gave their lives to build our community. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten." 16 names were listed below the inscription. 16 men who had died trying to find copper, and instead found something that had been waiting in the deep places of the earth. I was so focused on the plaque that I almost missed the sound of cracking concrete. It was subtle at first, a soft grinding noise that could have been thermal expansion or settling. But as I stood there in the dark, the sound grew louder and more distinct. Something was moving beneath the gazebo's foundation. I pulled out my flashlight and knelt down beside the structure's base. The concrete was warm to the touch, and I could feel vibrations running through it like a slow pulse. But it was the smell that made me step back, that metallic, copper penny scent, now so strong it made my throat burn. The crack appeared as I watched, a thin line that ran from the gazebo's foundation toward the street. Not the kind of crack you'd get from weather or age, but a deliberate split, as if something underneath was pushing upward with incredible force. I called Dr. Vance from my cell phone, not caring that it was 3:30 in the morning. "Sheriff? What's wrong? You need to get down here. Now. Something's happening at Founders Square. She arrived 15 minutes later, still wearing pajamas under her jacket, carrying a case full of instruments. By then, the crack had widened to almost an inch, and the humming had grown loud enough to make conversation difficult. Dr. Vance set up her equipment, while I tried to radio the state police, but static filled every frequency. Our cell phones weren't working either, just dead silence when we tried to make calls. The electromagnetic interference is off the charts, Dr. Vance shouted over the humming. Whatever's down there is generating massive amounts of energy. What do we do? We need to evacuate the town. If this is what I think it is. The gazebo collapsed. Not fell down or crumbled, collapsed inward, as if the ground beneath it had suddenly become empty space. The bronze plaque disappeared into a hole that seemed to have no bottom, and the humming changed pitch, becoming a rising wail that made my teeth ache. That's when we saw the light. It came from deep underground, a pale green glow that pulsed in rhythm with the wailing sound. Not the clean light of electric bulbs or the warm glow of fire, but something organic and raw, like the phosphorescence you see on rotting fish. Dr. Vance grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in hard enough to leave bruises. Sheriff, we need to leave. Right now. But I couldn't move. I stood there staring into that impossible hole, watching the green light grow brighter, feeling the ground vibrate under my feet like the skin of some vast drum. The metallic smell was so strong now that I could taste it, could feel it coating the inside of my mouth like copper dust. And then I heard the voices. 16 voices, calling up from the deep places where they'd been waiting for 100 years. Not words exactly, but something older and more desperate. The sound of men who had found something in the darkness, and could never come back to the light. Dr. Vance was pulling at my arm, screaming something about seismic activity and structural collapse, but I couldn't look away from that hole. The green light was moving now, rising slowly toward the surface like some bioluminescent tide. That's when I understood what the 16 miners had found in their secret tunnel. Not copper. Not rare earth metals. Something that had been sleeping in the deep places of the earth since before the town existed, before the mine existed, before humans had any business digging so far down into the dark. And they had woken it up. The ground beneath Founders Square split open like an overripe fruit. Not an earthquake or a sinkhole, but something that moved with purpose and intelligence. The green light spilled out like liquid fire, and with it came a sound that no human throat could make, a harmony of 16 voices joined by something vast and ancient and utterly alien. Dr. Vance managed to drag me away from the edge, and we ran. Through the empty streets of my town, past houses where people slept unaware that the earth beneath them was no longer solid, no longer safe. We ran until we reached the highway, where her state vehicle was parked. Behind us, the green light painted the undersides of the clouds, and the humming had become a roar that shook windows 3 miles away. I made her drive until we reached Oakville, where the phones still worked and the ground didn't vibrate under our feet. I called in every favor I had with state and federal agencies, got emergency crews mobilized, got evacuation orders issued for a 10-mile radius around Millhaven. By dawn, they had cordoned off the entire area. By noon, scientists and engineers were studying the readings from Dr. Vance's instruments, and making reports that would be classified within 24 hours. The official story was a gas leak explosion. A pocket of naturally occurring methane that had built up over decades and finally ignited, creating a sinkhole that swallowed most of Founders Square. Tragic but explainable. Nothing that would require uncomfortable questions about what kinds of things might live in the deep places of the earth. They relocated the surviving residents to other towns, compensated them for their losses, and built a fence around the crater where my town used to be. Posted signs warning about unstable ground and toxic gases. Made it clear that curiosity wasn't welcome. But I know what really happened in Millhaven. I know because I've seen the satellite photos that aren't supposed to exist, the ones that show something vast and geometrically impossible moving beneath the earth in a 20-mile radius around the old mine. I know because I wake up some nights still hearing those 16 voices, still smelling that metallic, ancient scent that clings to the back of your throat like copper dust. They built the town over the mine, not beside it. That was their first mistake. Their second mistake was thinking that some things stay buried just because you seal them away. The mining company knew something was wrong in 1924. The foreman's secret reports, the ones Dr. Vance found buried in the courthouse archives, describe things that don't belong in any geology textbook. Formations that moved when no one was watching. Sounds that came from deeper than any tunnel they dug. Metals that sang when you touched them, that were warm to the touch even in the cold depths of the earth. And the dreams. All 16 men reported the same dreams in their final weeks. Visions of vast spaces beneath the ground, of cities that had never seen sunlight, of things that had been waiting in the dark since before the Ice Age. The foreman tried to stop the deep excavation, but it was too late. The men couldn't stay away. They were drawn back night after night, digging deeper, following seams of impossible metal into spaces that shouldn't have existed. When the collapse happened, it wasn't an accident. It was a last desperate attempt to contain something that should never have been disturbed. The 16 men weren't victims. They were guardians, sealing themselves in with whatever they'd found to keep it from reaching the surface. For 100 years they held it back. But earth shifts. Concrete cracks. And things that wait in the deep places are patient beyond human understanding. The humming was their warning. The last gift of 16 men who gave up their lives and their rest to protect a world that would never know their sacrifice. I'm 73 years old now, living in a retirement home 2 states away from where Millhaven used to be. My hands shake when I write, and my memory isn't what it used to be. But I remember the green light, and I remember the sound of the earth splitting open like a wound. Sometimes, late at night, I feel the ground humming beneath my feet. Just a faint vibration, barely noticeable unless you know what to listen for. It's spreading, that humming. Moving outward from the crater where my town used to be, following underground channels and forgotten mine shafts, waking things that were meant to stay asleep. The scientists with their classified reports and their official explanations think they've contained it. Think their fences and warning signs will be enough to keep people away from something they can't begin to understand. They're wrong. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Some things, once awakened, will not go back to sleep. And 16 voices that once held back the dark are silent now. I've written this account 17 times, each version ending up in my fireplace or shredder. But I'm old now, and dying, and someone needs to know what really happened in Millhaven. Someone needs to understand that the humming isn't gone, it's just gotten quieter, more patient. It's learning. Every night, I listen to the news reports from small towns with impossible names, places where the ground has started to sing and the earth feels hollow underfoot. Mining towns, mostly, built over forgotten shafts and abandoned tunnels. Places where men once dug too deep and found things that should have stayed lost. The pattern is spreading. Slowly, carefully, but spreading nonetheless. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I think I can hear them calling. Those 16 voices that held the line for 100 years. Not from the grave, but from someplace deeper and darker, where they're still standing guard over doors that should never be opened. Still trying to warn us. Still trying to hold back the dark. But their voices are getting fainter, and the humming is getting stronger, and I'm afraid that this time, no one is listening. The tape recorder's memory. The tape recorder in evidence kept turning itself on, even when it had no tape inside. I've been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years now, and I've seen my share of peculiar things. But that Sanio recorder, standard issue from the county, nothing special about it. That machine taught me there are sounds in this world that don't need recording devices to be heard. They just need the right kind of silence to crawl out of. This was back in '97, when Sarah Kellerman went missing. 23 years old, worked the night shift at Hendrick's Diner out on Route 9. Sweet girl, kept to herself mostly, lived alone in that little blue house on Maple Street where the Caldwell family used to be before the fire. Sarah had been in town maybe 8 months, came from somewhere downstate. Never did get the full story on that, and now I suppose it doesn't matter much. The thing about disappearances in small towns like ours is they don't happen clean. In the city, people vanish all the time, lost in the crowd, swallowed up by the sheer size of everything. But in Millbrook, population 2,847, you don't just disappear. You leave traces. Footprints. Gossip. Unpaid tabs at Murphy's Hardware. Sarah left all of that, but she left something else too, something that took me years to understand. Her manager at the diner, old Pete Hendricks, called it in on a Tuesday morning. Sarah's shift had ended at 6 a.m., but her car was still in the lot. Keys in the ignition, purse on the passenger seat, wallet intact. The driver's side door was standing open like she just stepped out for a moment. But there was no sign of her anywhere. Now, Pete's the kind of man who notices things. 30 years running that diner, he could tell you the exact order of every regular customer, what they'd ask for before they even sat down. So when he told me Sarah had been acting different the past few weeks, I listened. Different how? I asked him, standing in the diner's parking lot, looking at Sarah's little Honda Civic sitting there like a question mark. Pete scratched his gray stubble. Hard to say exactly. She'd been working the night shift for months without any trouble. Then maybe 3 weeks ago, she started pausing. Pausing? In the middle of conversations. In the middle of pouring coffee. She'd just stop, like she was listening to something. When I'd ask her what was wrong, she'd shake her head and say she thought she heard someone calling her name. I looked around the empty lot. The diner sat at the intersection of Route 9 and Elm Street, surrounded by nothing but scrub pine and the old Berkshire place, boarded up for 15 years. Not much calling to be done out here, especially at night. You hear anything yourself? I asked. Pete shook his head. But I'll tell you what I did notice. That last week, she started bringing in a little tape recorder. Said she was trying to learn Spanish from some library tapes. But I never heard any Spanish coming from it. That was the first mention of the recorder. I found it in Sarah's house that afternoon, sitting on her kitchen table next to a cup of coffee that had gone cold. The coffee was still warm when I got there, maybe an hour after Pete's call. That detail bothered me then, and it bothers me still. The recorder was old, one of those silver and black Sanio models from the late 80s. The kind that took regular cassette tapes, with physical buttons you had to press down hard to make them work. It was sitting there next to a stack of library books, all checked out in Sarah's name. The books were about local history, which struck me as odd. Sarah had never shown much interest in the town's past, according to everyone I'd talked to. I pressed the play button, expecting to hear Spanish lessons or maybe some music. Instead, I heard Sarah's voice, but not speaking Spanish. She was talking to someone, having what sounded like a perfectly normal conversation. But here's the thing, I could only hear her side of it. I know you're right, she was saying. I should have listened before. Long pause. But you have to understand, I didn't know it was you. Your voice sounds so different now. Another pause, longer this time. When? When did you come back? The tape ended there. I rewound it, played it again. Same conversation, but something about it felt wrong. Not the words themselves, but the way Sarah spoke them. Like she was repeating lines in a play, hitting the same inflections each time. I bagged the recorder as evidence and took it back to the station. My deputy, Danny Morse, was typing up the missing person report when I set it down on my desk. Find anything useful? He asked. Maybe. Sarah was recording conversations. With who? That was the question, wasn't it? I played the tape for Danny, and he frowned the same way I had. Sounds like she's talking to someone, he said. But you can't hear the other person. Could be a phone conversation. Maybe she only recorded her side. But that didn't feel right either. Phone conversations have a different rhythm, a different quality. This sounded like Sarah was talking to someone in the same room, someone standing right next to her. We spent the rest of that day canvassing the neighborhood, talking to anyone who might have seen Sarah recently. The Millbrook Gossip Network is usually pretty efficient, but this time it came up empty. Nobody had seen her since Sunday night at the diner. Nobody had heard any unusual sounds from her house. Nobody had noticed any strange cars in the area. By Thursday, we'd expanded the search to include the woods behind the Berkshire place and the old quarry out on Reservoir Road. The state police sent down a team with dogs, but they didn't find anything either. It was like Sarah had simply ceased to exist. That's when the recorder started acting up. I'd left it in the evidence locker overnight, still in its bag. When I came in Friday morning, I could hear it running. Danny was already at his desk, looking puzzled. That thing's been going for about an hour, he said. Woke me up when I got here. I opened the evidence locker and pulled out the bag. The recorder was definitely running. I could see the tape wheels turning through the little window. But when I opened it up, there was no tape inside. The machine was completely empty, but it was still making the soft mechanical sounds of playback. I pressed the stop button. The wheels stopped turning. I pressed play again, and they started up again, but there was no sound coming from the speaker. Just the mechanical noise of the machine itself. Maybe it's broken, Danny suggested. Maybe, I said, but I didn't believe it. The recorder had worked fine when I tested it at Sarah's house. And machines don't usually break in ways that make them pretend to play non-existent tapes. I put the recorder back in the evidence locker and tried to focus on other aspects of the case. But throughout the day, I kept hearing it start up again. Each time, I'd go check, and each time, it would be running empty. No tape, but the wheels turning like it was playing something. By Saturday, I'd had enough. I took the recorder home with me, along with the original tape. I figured maybe I could learn something by listening to it in a quieter environment, away from the constant buzz of the station. My house sits on 2 acres at the end of Birch Lane, about a mile from the center of town. It's quiet out there, especially at night. Just the sound of wind in the pines and the occasional car passing on the main road. I set up the recorder on my kitchen table after dinner and played Sarah's tape again. This time, I heard something different. The conversation was the same, but there was something else underneath it. A low sound, almost below the range of hearing. Like a voice speaking very quietly, or very far away. I turned up the volume, but that just made the static louder. The other sound, if it was a sound, stayed just out of reach. I must have played that tape a dozen times that night, trying to make out what I was hearing. Each time, I was more convinced there was something there, some other voice buried in the recording. But each time, it slipped away from me like water through my fingers. Around midnight, I finally gave up and went to bed. But I left the recorder on the kitchen table, with the tape still inside. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of voices downstairs. Not the TV. I'd turned that off before bed. Not the radio. I don't own one. Voices coming from the kitchen. Conversation, soft and indistinct, like people talking in the next room. I grabbed my service revolver from the nightstand and crept downstairs. The voices got clearer as I approached the kitchen. Two people, talking in low tones. One of them sounded like Sarah. I eased around the corner and looked into the kitchen. Empty. Just the recorder sitting on the table, its little red light glowing in the darkness. The tape wheels were turning, but I hadn't pressed play. The voices were coming from the machine. I moved closer, trying to make out what they were saying. Sarah's voice was clearer now, but she was saying different things than what I'd heard on the tape earlier. "I can't keep doing this," she was saying. "It's not right." The other voice was harder to make out. Lower, more muffled. Like someone speaking through cloth, or from a great distance. "You don't have a choice," the voice said. "You came back. You have to finish it." "I didn't come back. I never left." "You left a long time ago. You just didn't know it yet." I reached for the recorder, intending to press stop, but the moment my fingers touched it, the voices cut off. The tape wheels stopped turning. The red light went out. I ejected the tape and held it up to the light. It was the same tape I'd been playing all evening. I could tell by the small tear on the label where I'd peeled off the evidence sticker. But somehow, it had been playing different content. I put the tape back in and pressed play. Sarah's original conversation came through the speaker, exactly as I'd heard it before. Same words, same pauses, same inflections. I sat in my kitchen until dawn, staring at that recorder, waiting for it to start up again on its own. But it never did. Not that night. Sunday morning, I drove back to Sarah's house. I'd been there several times already, but I wanted to look at it again with fresh eyes. Something about the conversation I'd heard, or thought I'd heard, made me think I'd missed something important. The house was exactly as I'd left it. Small, neat, sparsely furnished. Sarah hadn't been there long enough to accumulate much stuff. But looking at it now, I realized how temporary everything seemed. Like she'd been living out of boxes, even after 8 months. I went through her things more carefully this time. Clothes, books, a few personal items. Nothing that told me much about who she was or where she'd come from. But in the bedroom closet, I found something I'd missed before. A shoebox, pushed way back in the corner. Inside were photographs, dozens of them, all old black and white shots of Millbrook. Main Street in the 1940s. The quarry when it was still operating. The Berkshire place before the fire. People I didn't recognize standing in front of buildings that no longer existed. At the bottom of the box was a newspaper clipping from 1962. The headline read, "Local woman missing after quarry accident." The article was about a 23-year-old woman named Sarah who disappeared near the old quarry on Reservoir Road. Her car had been found with the keys in the ignition and the driver's side door standing open. The woman's last name was Kellerman. I read the article 3 times, each time feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn weather. The details were identical to our current case, down to the age of the victim and the circumstances of her disappearance. But this had happened 35 years ago. I drove straight to the town hall and pulled the records for 1962. The missing woman was Sarah Jane Kellerman, 23 years old, unemployed. She'd been living in Millbrook for about 8 months before her disappearance. The investigation had been handled by Sheriff William Mackey, my predecessor's predecessor. The case was never solved. According to the records, Sarah Kellerman had no known relatives. She'd rented the little blue house on Maple Street, the same house where our current Sarah had been living. She'd worked the night shift at Hendrick's Diner. I sat in the records room for a long time, staring at those yellowed pages, trying to make sense of what I was reading. Two women, 35 years apart, both named Sarah Kellerman, both 23 years old, both living identical lives in identical circumstances, both disappearing in exactly the same way. It wasn't possible. But there it was, written in black ink on official town letterhead. I photocopied the records and drove back to the station. Danny was there, working on some paperwork for an unrelated case. I showed him the newspaper clipping. "Jesus," he said. "That's got to be some kind of coincidence. What kind of coincidence has this many details?" Danny studied the clipping again. Maybe she was related to the first Sarah somehow. Maybe she came to town to investigate what happened to her grandmother or something. Then why use the same name? Why recreate the exact same circumstances? I don't know. But there's got to be a logical explanation. I wanted to believe him. I wanted there to be a logical explanation. But logic was starting to feel like a luxury I couldn't afford. That evening, I took the recorder home again. This time, I set it up in my living room and surrounded it with other recording devices, a newer cassette player, a small digital recorder I'd bought for interviews, even an old reel-to-reel machine I'd inherited from my father. If the Sanyo recorder was going to start playing mysterious conversations, I wanted to capture whatever it was doing. I waited until after midnight, then played Sarah's original tape one more time. The conversation was the same as always, but now I was listening for something else. The rhythm of the pauses, the way Sarah's voice changed when she was supposedly listening to responses. It sounded less like a conversation and more like a rehearsal. Like someone practicing their lines for a play, running through the same scene over and over until they got it right. I let the tape run to the end, then waited. 15 minutes. 20. 30. At 12:47 a.m., the recorder started up again. This time, I was ready. I hit record on all of my other devices the moment I heard the first sound. The voices were clearer tonight, more distinct. Sarah's voice, and the other one, the one that sounded like it was coming from very far away. "It's time," the distant voice said. "I'm not ready," Sarah replied. "I need more time. You've had 35 years. How much more time do you need? I don't understand what's happening to me. I don't understand why I'm here. You're here because you were called. You're here because it's your turn. My turn for what? To finish what you started." The conversation went on for maybe 10 minutes, but I only caught fragments of it. The sound kept fading in and out, like a radio signal drifting on atmospheric conditions. But what I could hear was enough to make my blood run cold. Sarah, both Sarahs, apparently, had been part of something. Some kind of cycle that repeated every 35 years. Something that required them to come back to Millbrook, to live out the same sequence of events, to disappear in the same way. But why? And who or what was orchestrating it? When the voices finally stopped, I checked my other recording devices. Every single one of them had captured nothing but static. Only the old Sanyo recorder had picked up the conversation, and when I tried to play it back, there was nothing on the tape but silence. The next morning, I drove out to the quarry. I hadn't been there in years. The place had been closed since the late 60s, when the company decided it wasn't profitable anymore. Since then, it had become a local hazard, a deep, water-filled pit surrounded by unstable rock walls. The town had put up warning signs and a chain-link fence, but kids still went there sometimes to swim or drink beer. I parked at the gate and walked down the old access road. The quarry was bigger than I remembered, maybe 200 yards across and God knows how deep. The water was black and perfectly still, like a mirror reflecting the gray October sky. I was standing at the edge, looking down into that dark water, when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around, expecting to see some local kid who'd come to investigate the sheriff's car. Instead, I found myself looking at Sarah Kellerman. Not a woman who looked like Sarah. Not someone who resembled her. Sarah herself, wearing the same clothes she'd had on in the last security camera footage from the diner. She looked exactly as she had when she disappeared, except for her eyes. Her eyes were different, older, sadder, like she'd seen things that had aged her from the inside out. "Hello, Sheriff," she said. Her voice was calm, almost resigned. "Sarah." I didn't reach for my gun. Somehow, I knew it wouldn't do any good. "Where have you been?" "Here and there. Mostly here. People have been looking for you." "I know. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to cause trouble. What happened to you? Where did you go?" Sarah looked past me, out over the quarry. "I went where I was supposed to go. Where I always go. I don't understand." "I know you don't. I didn't understand either the first time. But it gets clearer each time you come back." "Come back from where?" "From down there." She nodded toward the quarry. "From the bottom." I followed her gaze. The water was still perfectly calm, but now I could see something beneath the surface. A shape, pale and indistinct, floating about 20 feet down. "Sarah," I said, not taking my eyes off the water. "What's down there?" "Me," she said simply. "All of me. Every version of me that's ever lived in this town." I looked back at her, but she was gone. I was standing alone at the edge of the quarry, looking down at dark water that suddenly seemed much deeper than it had moments before. I called the state police that afternoon and requested a dive team. They arrived the next morning, along with a lot of equipment and a lot of questions I couldn't answer. It took them 6 hours to find the first body. Sarah Kellerman, 23 years old, wearing a Hendrix Diner uniform. She'd been in the water for less than a week, the medical examiner said. Cause of death, drowning. But 20 minutes later, they found another body. Same woman, same age, same uniform. But this one had been in the water much longer. Decades, according to the preliminary examination. By the end of the day, they'd recovered 7 bodies. All of them Sarah Kellerman. All of them 23 years old. All of them identical. The oldest one, according to the forensics team, had been in the water for more than a century. The story made national news, of course. Mystery of the identical bodies, was how CNN put it. Scientists came to Millbrook, along with reporters and curiosity seekers and conspiracy theorists. They all had theories about what had happened: cloning experiments, genetic anomalies, elaborate hoaxes involving family members. But none of them could explain how 7 genetically identical women, all born in different decades, had ended up at the bottom of the same quarry. None of them could explain why the local records showed a Sarah Kellerman disappearing from Millbrook every 35 years, going back to 1892. And none of them could explain why the old Sanio recorder in our evidence locker kept turning itself on, playing conversations between women who were all supposed to be dead. I retired the following spring, turned in my badge and moved to Florida, where the sun shines every day and the only mysteries are what to have for lunch and whether the fish are biting. But I still have that recorder. I know I should have left it in Millbrook, should have let someone else deal with whatever it was. But I couldn't bring myself to abandon it. It seemed wrong, somehow, to leave it there with no one who understood what it meant. It sits on my desk now, next to my computer and my reading glasses. Most of the time, it's quiet. Just an old piece of electronics, slowly falling apart like everything else from that era. But sometimes, usually late at night, when the wind is blowing hard and the palm trees are rattling against the windows, it turns itself on. The wheels start turning, and I hear voices. Different voices now, but familiar somehow. Other people, in other places, having conversations with things that shouldn't be able to talk back. I've learned not to listen too closely. I've learned that some sounds are better left unheard, some conversations better left unrecorded. But I can't bring myself to throw the recorder away. It's evidence, you see. Evidence of something that happened, even if I can't quite explain what. And sometimes, on the clearest nights, when the static is low and the voices are strong, I hear Sarah again. Not the Sarah I knew, but all of them. All the Sarahs who lived and died in Millbrook over the past century, talking to each other across the years, sharing stories of the lives they lived and the town that called them back. They sound happy, mostly. Content. Like they've finally found their place in the world, even if that place is at the bottom of a quarry in a town most people have never heard of. The last time I heard from them, they were talking about the new one. The next Sarah, who will be coming to Millbrook in a few years, when the cycle starts up again. They're excited about meeting her, about showing her around, about teaching her what she needs to know. I could warn someone, I suppose. I could call the current sheriff, tell him to watch for young women named Sarah Kellerman. Tell him to keep them away from the quarry, away from the diner, away from the little blue house on Maple Street. But I won't. Because I've come to understand that some things are meant to happen, some cycles are meant to continue. And because I've heard the voices of those women, and they don't sound like victims. They sound like they're home. The tape recorder is running now, as I finish writing this. I can hear the wheels turning, can hear the soft whisper of voices discussing things I don't quite understand. But I'm not going to stop it. I'm not going to press the stop button or take out the non-existent tape. I'm just going to sit here and listen, and hope that when my time comes, when my own voice starts coming through some impossible machine in some impossible place, I'll sound as peaceful as they do. After all, we all have to go somewhere when our stories end. And maybe, just maybe, the place we go isn't so different from the place we came from. Maybe it's just been waiting for us to find our way back home. She showed up at the diner every Tuesday, wearing the same dress and ordering food no one ever served. I should have paid attention to that detail sooner. Should have listened when Mabel behind the counter first mentioned it, her voice carrying that particular tremor that comes when something sits wrong in your bones. But I was 63 then, been sheriff of Millbrook for 37 years, and I'd heard plenty of stories that turned out to be nothing more than small-town gossip dressed up in Sunday clothes. The woman first appeared on a Tuesday in late September. Mabel said she walked in around 2:15, right after the lunch rush had died down to its usual collection of retirees nursing coffee and complaints about the weather. She was maybe 40, maybe 50, one of those faces that could belong to any decade, smooth in a way that suggested either good genes or something else entirely. Her dress was blue, the kind of blue you see in old photographs where the color has faded but refuses to disappear completely. She sat at the corner booth, the one that wobbles if you lean too hard on the left side, and when Mabel approached with her order pad, the woman said she'd have the pot roast special with extra gravy. "We don't serve pot roast on Tuesdays," Mabel told her, the way she told 1,000 customers about 1,000 different things over the years. "Today's special is meatloaf." The woman smiled. Mabel described it as pleasant but somehow too wide, and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have the fish and chips then." "We don't serve fish and chips either, hon. This is Tuesday. We got meatloaf, chicken and dumplings, or the soup of the day, which is tomato." That's when the woman's smile faltered, just for a moment, like someone had whispered something unpleasant in her ear. She looked around the diner. her eyes moving from table to table, taking in the faded checkered linoleum and the artificial flowers in their mason jar vases, the handwritten menu board that hadn't changed since 1987. "What day is it?" she asked. "Tuesday," Mabel said, beginning to sound a little impatient. "September 22nd. The woman nodded slowly, as if filing this information away somewhere important. "I'll have the meatloaf then. And coffee. Black." Nothing unusual about that. Nothing that should have made Mabel's hands shake when she poured the coffee, or caused her to drop the sugar dispenser twice while clearing the adjacent table. But something had unsettled her, something she couldn't quite name. The woman ate her meatloaf in silence, cutting it into precise squares and chewing each bite exactly 14 times. I know this because Billy Hurst was there, occupying his usual stool at the counter, and Billy has what the doctors call an obsessive-compulsive disorder, but what the rest of us call a need to count things. He counted the woman's chews, the number of times she dabbed her mouth with her napkin, the seconds between each sip of coffee. "She was like a machine," Billy told me later, his fingers drumming against his leg in groups of 4. "Everything timed out perfect. Not natural." The woman finished her meal at exactly 3 o'clock, left a $5 bill on the table, and walked out without saying goodbye. Mabel found the bill later and swore it was older than any money she'd seen in circulation, crisp and clean but somehow antique, like it had been pressed between the pages of an old book. That was Tuesday, September 22nd. The following Tuesday, September 29th, she came back. Same time, same booth, same blue dress that looked like it had been laundered but never quite freed from its previous wearing. Same order too, pot roast with extra gravy, then fish and chips when Mabel explained they didn't serve pot roast on Tuesdays, then finally settling on the meatloaf when the reality of the day asserted itself. "What day is it?" she asked again, as if she'd never been there before. This time, Mabel called me. I was in my office, working through a stack of incident reports that mostly involved teenagers drinking beer behind the Chevron station and Mrs. Kowalski's ongoing war with her neighbor's dog, when Mabel's call came through. "Sheriff Garrett? You need to come down to the diner. There's something off about one of my customers." I'd known Mabel for 23 years, ever since she'd taken over the diner from her mother, and she wasn't the type to call in law enforcement because someone was acting strange. Half her regular customers would qualify as strange by most people's standards. But there was something in her voice, a tightness I'd only heard a few times before, usually when she was talking about her late husband's drinking or the year her daughter went missing for 3 days. "What kind of off? Just come down here, would you? She's still here. In the corner booth." The diner was a 5-minute walk from the station, down Main Street past the hardware store that had been closed for 6 months, and the barber shop that only opened on Wednesdays and Fridays. The afternoon sun was slanting through the windows when I pushed through the door, setting dust motes dancing in the air like tiny spirits. She was there, exactly as Mabel had described her. Blue dress, dark hair pinned back in a style that belonged to no particular era, hands folded in her lap while she stared at the empty plate in front of her. She looked up when I entered, and I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Her eyes were wrong. Not in any way I could easily describe. They were brown, normal brown, set in a face that was pleasant if unremarkable. But they held a depth that seemed to go back further than any 40-year-old woman should have seen, and when she looked at me, I had the strangest sensation that she was seeing not just me but every version of me that had ever existed. The rookie deputy I'd been, the father I'd tried to be, the old man I was becoming. "Good afternoon, Sheriff," she said, and her voice was like her appearance, perfectly ordinary and completely wrong. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" It was, actually. One of those late September days when the heat had finally broken and the air carried the promise of autumn. But when she said it, the words felt like they were coming from someone who had never experienced weather, who was reciting a script written by someone else. "Yes, ma'am," I replied, settling into the booth across from her. "I'm Sheriff Garrett. I understand you're new in town." "Am I?" She tilted her head slightly, and I noticed she didn't blink as often as she should have. "I suppose I must be. I don't remember being here before. Where are you from?" She paused, and for a moment her face went completely blank, like someone had switched off a light behind her eyes. Then the pleasant expression returned. "I'm sorry, I'm not feeling quite myself today. What day is it?" "Tuesday. Tuesday." She repeated the word like she was testing its flavor. "And the date?" "September 29th. Something flickered across her features. Confusion, maybe, or recognition. That can't be right." "What can't be right?" "I was just here. Last Tuesday. I remember now." She looked around the diner again, her gaze lingering on the other customers. "But it was also last Tuesday." "The same Tuesday." I followed her gaze. Billy Hurst was at the counter, drumming his fingers in their familiar rhythm. Two of the Kowalski brothers were sharing a piece of apple pie at the table by the window. Mrs. Chin was reading a newspaper, moving her lips silently as she worked through the crossword puzzle. "What do you mean, the same Tuesday?" "I don't know." She pressed her fingers to her temples. "I don't know what I mean. I'm sorry, Sheriff. I think I might be sick." She stood up then, movements fluid and precise, and walked toward the door. I started to follow, but Mabel caught my arm. "She left another 5. She whispered, pointing to the table. "Same bill as last week. I swear it's the exact same bill." I looked at the money she'd left. It was old, definitely older than standard currency, but not so old as to be remarkable. Except for the serial number, which I wrote down in my notebook out of habit more than suspicion. The woman was gone by the time I reached the sidewalk. I walked up and down Main Street, checked the few side streets that branched off from the center of town, but there was no sign of her. It was as if she'd simply vanished, though I knew that was impossible. Millbrook was too small for someone to disappear completely, especially someone who dressed like she was from another time. That night, I called the state police database and ran a search on the serial number from the $5 bill. What I found made me check the number 3 times, certain I'd made an error. The bill had been issued in 1987. Not unusual in itself. Old money stayed in circulation for years. But according to the records, this particular bill had been reported as part of a bank robbery in Millbrook 30 years ago. The robber had been caught, the money recovered, and the case closed. The bills should have been destroyed or returned to circulation through proper channels. It shouldn't have been sitting on Mabel's table, crisp and clean as the day it was printed. I spent the next week asking around town, showing the woman's description to anyone who might have seen her. Most people looked at me like I was describing a ghost, shaking their heads and suggesting I check with the motel out on Route 9. But the motel owner swore no one matching her description had registered, and the guest book for the past month showed only traveling salesmen and the occasional family passing through. The only person who seemed to recognize her was old Tom Brewster, who ran the antique shop on the corner of Main and Elm. When I described her, his face went pale and he started muttering about the Tuesday woman, and how she'd been coming to town for years. "Years?" I asked. "How many years?" "Hard to say. Time gets funny when you're my age. Could be 5 years, could be 20. But I seen her before, Sheriff. Always on Tuesday, always in that blue dress. She comes in sometimes, Looks around like she's searching for something specific, but never buys anything. Never even asks about prices. When was the last time you saw her? Tom scratched his head, disturbing what was left of his gray hair. Must have been, well, last Tuesday. Or the Tuesday before that. Like I said, time gets funny. Tuesday, October 6th, she came back. Same routine, same confusion about the menu, same question about what day it was. But this time, I was waiting for her. I'd positioned myself at the counter, nursing a cup of coffee and pretending to read the local paper while keeping one eye on the corner booth. When she walked in at 2:15, exactly 2:15, according to the clock above the register, I felt the air in the diner change, becoming thicker and somehow more electric. She sat down, smoothed her blue dress, and waited for Mabel to approach. The conversation played out exactly as it had the previous 2 weeks, word for word, pause for pause. When Mabel asked what she wanted to order, the woman requested pot roast with extra gravy. We don't serve pot roast on Tuesdays, Mabel said, but her voice sounded different, slightly hollow, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have the fish and chips then. We don't serve fish and chips either, Han. This is Tuesday. We got meatloaf, chicken and dumplings, or the soup of the day, which is tomato. The woman's smile faltered. What day is it? Tuesday, October 6th. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Billy Hurst was at the counter, drumming his fingers in the same pattern as before. The Kowalski brothers were sharing apple pie, but it was the same piece of pie, cut at the same angle, with the same amount missing from each brother's fork. Mrs. Chin was working on her crossword puzzle, but she was filling in the same squares in the same order, her pen moving in identical patterns. It was like watching a film loop, except I was the only one who seemed to be aware of the repetition. The woman ordered her meatloaf, ate it in the same methodical way, left the same $5 bill, and departed at exactly 3 o'clock. But this time, I followed her. She walked north on Main Street, past the hardware store and the barber shop, past the old Presbyterian church and the vacant lot where the Woolworths used to be. Her pace was steady, unhurried, and she never looked back. When she reached the edge of town, where Main Street became County Road 47, she turned left onto a narrow dirt path that led into the woods. I'd lived in Millbrook my entire life and thought I knew every road, every trail, every deer path in the surrounding forest. But I'd never seen this path before. It was overgrown with brambles and wild grapevines, the kind of growth that takes years to establish, yet I could have sworn it hadn't been there the day before. The path wound deeper into the woods, through stands of oak and maple that were just beginning to show their autumn colors. The air grew cooler as we walked, and I began to hear sounds that didn't belong, whispers in the wind, footsteps that matched my own but came from a different direction, the distant sound of a radio playing music from another era. After about 10 minutes, the path opened into a small clearing where a house stood. It was a farmhouse, built in the style that was popular in the 1940s, with white clapboard siding and a wraparound porch. The paint was peeling, and the shutters hung at odd angles, but the house didn't look abandoned so much as it looked forgotten, as if the world had simply stopped paying attention to it. The woman walked up the front steps and disappeared inside, the screen door closing behind her with a soft bang. I stood at the edge of the clearing for a long time, watching the house and trying to make sense of what I'd seen. The windows were dark, no movement visible inside, but smoke was rising from the chimney even though the day was still warm. In the yard, a clothesline was strung between 2 posts, and hanging from it was a blue dress identical to the one the woman had been wearing. Actually, it was more than identical. As I watched, I could see that it was the same dress down to a small stain on the left sleeve and a missing button near the collar. but the woman had been wearing it when she went inside, which meant either she changed clothes immediately, or what? I couldn't finish the thought because it led to possibilities that made no sense. I walked back to town as the sun was setting, my mind churning through explanations that ranged from the mundane to the impossible. By the time I reached the station, I'd almost convinced myself that I'd been mistaken, that stress and too much coffee had played tricks on my perception. But when I called Mabel to ask about the $5 bill, she confirmed what I'd already suspected. Same serial number, same date, same condition as the previous weeks. According to the records, it was the same bill that had been stolen 30 years ago, the same bill that should have been destroyed or returned to circulation through proper channels. The same bill that had been left on her table 3 times now. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the woman's face, heard her voice asking what day it was, saw that blue dress hanging on the line, while she wore it inside the house. And underneath it all, a growing certainty that whatever was happening in Millbrook was far beyond anything I'd dealt with in 37 years of law enforcement. The next morning, I drove out to County Road 47, looking for the path that led to the farmhouse. I spent 2 hours walking up and down the edge of the woods, checking every break in the trees, every gap in the underbrush. But the path was gone. There was no sign it had ever existed. I went back to the diner and questioned Mabel more thoroughly about the woman's previous visits. The details were consistent. Same time, same booth, same conversation, same confusion about the menu. But when I asked about dates, Mabel's memory became fuzzy. Could have been last Tuesday, she said, wiping down the counter for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. Or the Tuesday before. They all kind of run together, you know? But you called me last Tuesday. You said she'd been there the week before? Mabel paused, her cleaning rag suspended in midair. Did I? I don't remember calling you last Tuesday. You did. You said there was something off about her. Well, there is something off about her. But when did I call you? I showed her the note I'd made in my logbook, the date and time clearly written in my own handwriting. She stared at it for a long moment, then looked up at me with an expression I'd never seen before. Not confusion, but something deeper, like she was looking at a puzzle that had too many pieces. Sheriff, she said quietly, what day is it? The question hit me like a physical blow. Thursday, I said automatically. October 8th. And when did you first meet her? I opened my mouth to answer, then stopped. The dates were written in my logbook, but when I tried to recall the actual sequence of events, everything seemed to telescope together. Had it been 3 weeks ago? 2? Yesterday? I began, then forced myself to focus. Tuesday, September 22nd. That's when you first called me about her. But I don't remember calling you on September 22nd. You did. I have it written down. Then why don't I remember? I didn't have an answer for that. I left the diner and went back to the station, where I spent the rest of the day reviewing my notes and trying to construct a timeline that made sense. But the more I studied the details, the more they seemed to shift and blur, like trying to hold water in my hands. That evening, I drove out to the old Presbyterian church and knocked on the door of the rectory. Pastor Williams had been in Millbrook for 15 years, and if anyone would know about strange occurrences or local legends, it would be him. He invited me in, offered me coffee, and listened patiently while I described the woman and her weekly visits to the diner. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time, staring out the window at the cemetery that stretched behind the church. You know, he said finally, there are stories about this place. About time not working the way it should. What kind of stories? Old ones? The kind that get passed down through families and whispered about in kitchen corners. My predecessor mentioned them when he was training me, but I never paid much attention. Figured they were just small-town folklore. Tell me." He got up and walked to a bookshelf, pulling out a leather-bound journal. This belonged to Pastor Hendricks. He served here from 1954 to 1987. Kept detailed records of everything: baptisms, marriages, funerals, but also other things. Unexplained things. He opened the journal and flipped through several pages before finding what he was looking for. Here. 1962. He writes about a woman who appeared in town every few months, always wearing the same dress, always seeming lost and confused. He tried to help her, but she would disappear before he could learn her name or where she was staying. What happened to her? According to this, she just stopped coming. Hendricks assumed she'd moved on or found whatever she was looking for. But he makes a note here. He pointed to a passage near the bottom of the page. He says he had the strangest feeling that she hadn't stopped coming at all, but that he'd stopped remembering her visits. The words sent a chill down my spine. Stopped remembering? He writes that he found notes in his own handwriting about encounters with her, but he had no memory of writing them. Like she was somehow slipping through the cracks of time and taking the memory of her presence with her. Is there anything else? Pastor Williams continued reading. He mentions other incidents. A family that would show up for Sunday service, sit in the same pew, sing the same hymns, but no one could ever remember seeing them outside of church. A man who would appear at the cemetery every few months, tending to a grave that didn't exist. Always the same pattern, always the same confusion when anyone tried to investigate. Did he have any theories about what was causing it? He thought it might be connected to the old Brennan place. I felt my heart skip. The Brennan place? A farmhouse about a mile north of town. Built in the 1940s by a family that moved here from back east. According to the church records, they were involved in some kind of accident in 1957. House fire killed the whole family. The property was abandoned after that. What kind of accident? That's where it gets strange. The official report said it was an electrical fire, but Hendricks writes that the family died on a Tuesday, and every Tuesday after that, people would report seeing lights in the house, smoke from the chimney, laundry hanging on the line. The reports continued for months until people just stopped making them. Stopped making them, or stopped remembering to make them. Hendricks thought it was the latter. He believed that whatever happened to the Brennan family somehow trapped them in a loop, and that loop was slowly expanding, affecting other people who came into contact with it. I left the rectory with photocopies of the relevant pages from Pastor Hendricks' journal, my mind racing with implications I didn't want to consider. If the woman in the blue dress was connected to the Brennan place, if she was somehow trapped in a repeating cycle of time, then what did that mean for the rest of us? For Mabel, who served her the same meal every week. For Billy, who counted her shoes. For me, who had followed her into the woods and seen a house that shouldn't exist. Tuesday, October 13th, I was ready for her. I arrived at the diner early, positioning myself where I could observe the entire restaurant. I had my notebook open, a pen in my hand, and I was determined to record every detail of what happened. At exactly 2:15, she walked in. Same blue dress, same pleasant smile, same careful movements as she made her way to the corner booth. But this time, something was different. This time, I could see other people in the diner reacting to her presence, not with recognition, but with a kind of unconscious unease, like they were sensing something wrong without being able to identify what it was. Mrs. Chen looked up from her crossword puzzle, frowned, and then looked down again. Billy Hurst stopped drumming his fingers for a moment, glanced toward the corner booth, then resumed his rhythm with slightly more force than before. Even the coffee maker seemed to gurgle with more agitation. When Mabel approached the woman's table, I could see that her hands were shaking slightly. The conversation followed its familiar pattern, but this time I noticed something else. Mabel's responses were getting shorter, more clipped, as if she was trying to minimize her interaction with the woman. "What can I get you today?" Mabel asked, her voice tight. "I'll have the pot roast special with extra gravy. We don't serve pot roast on Tuesdays." "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have the fish and chips then." "We don't serve fish and chips either. This is Tuesday. We got meatloaf, chicken and dumplings, or the soup of the day." The woman paused, her smile faltering. "What day is it?" "Tuesday," Mabel said, but her voice was barely a whisper. "Tuesday." The woman repeated the word like she was testing it. "And the date?" "October 13th. Something changed in the woman's expression. For just a moment, the pleasant mask slipped, and I saw something underneath, not confusion, but a deep, terrible sadness, like someone who had been lost for a very long time. 13, she whispered. "It's never been 13 before." She stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. "I'm sorry," she said, but she wasn't talking to Mabel. She was looking directly at me. "I'm so sorry." Then she was gone, not walking to the door but simply absent, as if she had been erased from the scene. The other customers continued their activities, Billy drumming his fingers, Mrs. Chin working her crossword, the Kowalski brothers sharing their pie. But there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, like the air pressure had changed. Mabel stood by the empty booth, staring at the place where the woman had been sitting. "Sheriff," she said, "who was I just talking to?" I felt ice form in my stomach. "The woman in the blue dress." "What woman?" "I don't see any woman." I looked around the diner. Everyone else was acting normally, as if nothing had happened. But I could see the confusion in their faces, the same expression Mabel wore, the look of someone trying to remember something important that had just slipped away. "Mabel," I said carefully, "do you remember calling me about a woman who comes in every Tuesday?" She thought for a moment, then shook her head. "I don't think so. Why would I call you about a customer? You said there was something off about her." "Off about who?" I opened my notebook and showed her the entries I had made over the past few weeks. Her eyes widened as she read them. "I don't remember any of this," she said. "But it's your handwriting." "Yes, it is." "Then why don't I remember?" I didn't answer because I was beginning to understand what was happening, and the implications were too frightening to voice. The woman wasn't just trapped in a loop, she was pulling other people into it, creating a pocket of repeating time that existed alongside the normal flow of events. But something had changed today. The date was different, the pattern was broken, and the loop was beginning to collapse. That night, I drove out to County Road 471 one more time. I didn't expect to find the path to the farmhouse, but I needed to see for myself. The woods were dark, full of the sounds of night creatures and the whisper of wind through autumn leaves. I walked along the tree line with a flashlight, searching for any sign of the path I'd followed weeks ago. I found it just before midnight. It was barely visible, more of a depression in the underbrush than an actual trail, but it was there. I followed it deeper into the woods, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness ahead of me. The trees seemed to press closer as I walked, and I began to hear the same sounds I'd heard before: whispers, footsteps, music from another era. The farmhouse was exactly as I remembered it, but now it looked truly abandoned. The windows were dark, the porch sagged, and there was no smoke rising from the chimney. The clothesline was still there, but it was empty, the blue dress gone. I climbed the front steps and pushed open the door. The interior was a testament to interrupted life. Furniture covered in dust sheets, family photographs on the mantel, A calendar on the kitchen wall turned to October 1957. In the living room, a radio sat on a side table, its dial glowing faintly in the darkness. I turned it on, and static filled the air, punctuated by fragments of music and voices from long ago. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" came a voice through the static. The woman's voice, but younger, happier. "Tom says we might get the roof finished before winter. Tuesday special today, pot roast with extra gravy." This was a different voice, older, with a slight accent I couldn't place. "What day is it?" The woman again, but now she sounded confused, distant. "Tuesday, October 22nd, 1957. A man's voice, official sounding, like a radio announcer. "I don't understand, it was just Tuesday." "Always Tuesday." "Help me, please, I can't remember." I turned off the radio, but the voices continued coming from the walls, from the air itself. The woman's voice, pleading, desperate, asking the same question over and over. "What day is it? What day is it? What day is it?" I backed out of the house and ran down the path, my flashlight beam dancing wildly ahead of me. Behind me, I could hear the voices growing louder, more insistent, but I didn't look back. I ran until I reached the road, then drove home with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. The next morning, I went to the town hall and pulled the records for the Brennan property. The family had indeed died in a house fire in October 1957, but the date on the death certificates was October 22nd, a Tuesday. They had died on a Tuesday, and according to Pastor Hendrick's journal, they had been seen every Tuesday after that for months. But there was something else in the records, something that made my blood run cold. The insurance investigation report noted that the fire had started in the kitchen, apparently caused by a pot roast that had been left in the oven too long. The woman of the house, Margaret Brennan, had been found at the kitchen table, a newspaper spread in front of her dated October 22nd, 1957. She had been working on a crossword puzzle, her pen still in her hand. The same crossword puzzle that Mrs. Chin worked on every Tuesday at the diner. I spent the rest of the day researching the other customers who had been present during the woman's visits. Billy Hurst's obsessive counting, the Kowalski brothers' shared meals, Mrs. Chen's crossword puzzles, all of it connected to the Brennan family in some way. Billy's grandfather had been the contractor who built the house. The Kowalski brothers' father had been Margaret Brennan's brother. Mrs. Chin had moved into the house next door to the Brennan place after the fire, though she claimed to have no memory of the family. They were all connected, all caught in the edges of the loop that Margaret Brennan had been trapped in for over 60 years. And now, somehow, I was connected too. Tuesday, October 20th, she didn't come to the diner. I waited there all afternoon, watching the clock, but 2:15 came and went without any sign of her. Mabel served the usual customers. Billy drummed his fingers. Mrs. Chin worked her crossword, but the corner booth remained empty. That evening, I drove out to the farmhouse one last time. The path was still there, but it was fading, becoming less defined with each step. When I reached the clearing, I saw that the house was gone. Not destroyed, not collapsed, but simply absent, as if it had never existed at all. The only thing left was the clothesline, still strung between its two posts. But now it was broken, the line hanging loose in the breeze. I stood in the empty clearing for a long time, listening to the wind and the distant sounds of the town below. Then I heard something else, a voice, very faint, carried on the wind. "Thank you," it said. "Thank you for remembering." I never saw the woman in the blue dress again. Mabel stopped asking about her. Billy went back to his normal counting routine, and Mrs. Chin finished her crossword puzzle for the first time in years. The other customers at the diner seemed to relax, as if a tension they hadn't been aware of had finally been released. But I still remember. I remember every detail of those strange weeks, every conversation, every impossible moment. I've written it all down, recorded it in my official files, though I know most people would think I was losing my mind if they read it. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't followed her that day, if I hadn't broken the pattern by being aware of the repetition. Would she still be coming to the diner every Tuesday, ordering food that was never served, asking what day it was? Would Mabel and the others still be caught in the edges of her loop, serving the same meals, counting the same chews, working the same puzzle over and over? I don't know. But I do know that time is more fragile than we think, and that some wounds in the world take decades to heal. Margaret Brennan died on a Tuesday in October 1957, and for 60 years she was trapped in that moment, reliving it over and over, trying to find her way back to a world that had moved on without her. In the end, maybe all she needed was for someone to remember her story, to acknowledge that she had existed, that her confusion and loss were real. Maybe that's what freed her, not solving the mystery, but simply witnessing it. I'm retiring next month. The new sheriff is a good man, young and eager, the kind who still believes that every problem has a solution and every question has an answer. I haven't told him about Margaret Brennan or the Tuesday woman. I figure he'll discover his own mysteries in time. But if anyone comes asking about strange occurrences, about people who seem lost in time, about the feeling that something is repeating when it shouldn't be, I hope he'll remember this story. I hope he'll listen to what the witnesses have to say, even when their memories don't quite match up, even when the facts don't make sense. Because sometimes, in a place like Millbrook, the impossible is just another way of saying you haven't been paying attention long enough. The diner still serves meatloaf on Tuesdays. The corner booth still wobbles if you lean too hard on the left side. And sometimes, when the afternoon light hits the windows just right, I could swear I see a woman in a blue dress sitting there, waiting for someone to ask her what day it is. But when I look again, she's gone, and I'm left wondering if I really saw her or if it was just my old eyes playing tricks on me. Either way, I raise my coffee cup in a small salute to her memory, and whisper, "Tuesday, Margaret. It's Tuesday." Because some stories deserve to be remembered, even when, especially when, everyone else has forgotten them. No one in town remembers building the water tower, and none of our records say who it belongs to. That's the first thing I tell folks when they ask about what happened here in Millbrook back in '97. The second thing I tell them is that some questions are better left unasked, especially when the answers might be sitting right there in plain sight, rusting away against the sky like a metal monument to something nobody wants to remember. I've been sheriff of this county for 38 years now, and I've seen my share of strange things. Found bodies that shouldn't have been where they were, dealt with disappearances that made no earthly sense, and watched good people do terrible things for reasons that seemed perfectly logical at the time. But the water tower business, that's different. That's the kind of thing that sits in your gut like a stone, getting heavier with each passing year. The tower itself isn't much to look at. Standard issue, maybe 60 feet tall, painted white once upon a time but now wearing that particular shade of rust brown that metal gets when it's been standing too long in one place. It sits on a small hill just outside town, visible from most anywhere you care to look. The thing is, nobody can remember it going up. I've lived here all my life, and I've got a good memory for construction projects. When they built the new post office in '74, I remember the whole process. Same with the elementary school addition in '81. But the water tower? It's like it's always been there, like it grew up out of the ground with the trees. The county records don't help much either. I've gone through them myself, more times than I care to count. There's paperwork for the sewer system, the power lines, even the old grain elevator that got torn down in the '60s. but nothing about the water tower. No permits, no contractors, no payments. It's like it just appeared one day and everyone agreed to pretend that was normal. The first time I really started paying attention to the tower was when old Mrs. Henley mentioned it during one of our coffee mornings at the diner. She was pushing 90 then, sharp as a tack, and she had this way of looking at you when she talked that made you feel like she could see right through whatever you were trying to hide. "You know, Sheriff," she said, stirring her coffee with that deliberate slowness that comes with age, "I've been thinking about that water tower out there." I looked up from my eggs. "What about it?" "Well, I've been living in this town for 73 years, and I'll be damned if I can remember when it went up." The diner got quiet then, the way it does when someone says something that everybody's been thinking but nobody's wanted to voice. Martha, who runs the place, stopped wiping down the counter. The two farmers at the corner table quit talking about corn prices. Even the coffee pot seemed to stop bubbling. "Maybe it was before your time," I said, but the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. Mrs. Henley gave me that look of hers. "Sheriff, I was born in the house I'm living in now. I watched this town grow up around me. I remember when they put in the first streetlights, when they paved Main Street, when they built the courthouse. I remember things that happened before you were born, and I remember things that happened after. But I don't remember anyone building that water tower." That's when I started asking around. Casual-like at first, just bringing it up in conversation. The responses were always the same, a moment of confusion, a slight frown, and then that peculiar look people get when they're trying to remember something that feels like it should be there but isn't. Tom Brennan, who runs the hardware store, scratched his head and said he couldn't recall selling any materials for it. The Kowalski brothers, who've done most of the construction work in town for the past 20 years, just shrugged and said they figured somebody else must have built it. Even Father Mackenzie, who's been keeping the parish records for 30 years, couldn't find any mention of it in the church documents. But the strangest thing wasn't that nobody remembered building it. The strangest thing was that nobody seemed particularly bothered by not remembering. Except for me. I started driving out to the tower in the evenings, parking my cruiser at the base of the hill and just looking at it. The thing was clearly functional. You could see the water level marks on the side, and the pipes leading down to town looked well maintained. But there was something about it that didn't sit right. The ladder rungs were worn smooth, like they'd seen plenty of use over the years. The paint was weathered in a way that suggested decades of exposure to the elements. Yet nobody could remember it being there. It was during one of these evening visits that I noticed the first peculiar thing. I was sitting in the cruiser, radio turned low, watching the last light of day fade from the sky. The tower was silhouetted against the sunset, and I was thinking about how peaceful it looked when I realized I could hear something. Humming. Not mechanical humming, like you'd expect from water pumps or electrical equipment. This was different. Softer. Almost melodic. It seemed to be coming from inside the tower itself, a low, steady sound that rose and fell like breathing. I got out of the car and walked closer. The humming grew louder, but not in the way you'd expect. Instead of getting clearer, it became more complex, like multiple voices joining in from different directions. I walked around the base of the tower, trying to pinpoint the source, but the sounds seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. That's when I noticed the ladder. I'd seen it before, of course. Every water tower has a ladder, but this one was different somehow. The rungs were worn smooth, polished to a dull shine that caught the last light of the setting sun. They looked like they'd been climbed thousands of times, but by whom? And why? The humming stopped. Just like that. One moment it was there, filling the air with its strange harmony, and the next it was gone. The silence that followed was so complete it made my ears ring. I stood there for a long moment, listening to nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the distant whisper of wind through the trees. I didn't climb the ladder that night. Something told me not to. Instead, I got back in the cruiser and drove home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I expected to see something following me, but there was nothing there except the road and the growing darkness. The next morning, I was having breakfast when the phone rang. It was dispatch, telling me that Jenny Morrison was missing. Jenny was 16, a quiet girl who helped out at the library after school. Her parents said she'd gone for a walk the night before and never came home. That wasn't like her. Jenny was responsible, the kind of kid who called if she was going to be 5 minutes late. I organized a search party. We combed the woods, checked the creek, looked in all the usual places kids go when they want to be alone. But we didn't find her. What we did find were her shoes, sitting neatly at the base of the water tower hill, like she'd taken them off and walked away barefoot. That was the first time I climbed the ladder. I'm not proud of what I did next. I should have called for backup, should have followed proper procedure. But something about those shoes sitting there in the grass, so neat and orderly, made me think that time might be important. So I started climbing. The rungs were warm under my hands, warmer than they should have been on a cool morning. Each step up sent a small vibration through the metal, like the tower was alive and responding to my presence. The humming started again when I was about halfway up, but this time it was different. Clearer. More focused. It seemed to be coming from directly above me, from inside the tank itself. When I reached the top, I found the access hatch standing open. I'd climbed water towers before, in the line of duty, and sometimes just for the hell of it when I was younger. The access hatches are always locked, always secured with heavy chains or padlocks. But this one was open, the metal cover folded back like an invitation. I looked inside. The tank was empty. Not just low on water, but completely dry. The bottom was covered with a layer of what looked like dust, but when I shone my flashlight on it, the particles seemed to shift and swirl like they were alive. And there, in the center of the tank, was Jenny Morrison. She was sitting cross-legged, her back straight, her eyes closed. She looked peaceful, almost serene, like she was meditating. But there was something wrong with the picture. Her hair was different, not the color, but the way it moved. It seemed to float around her head like she was underwater, even though there was no water in the tank. "Jenny?" I called out. She didn't respond. Didn't even seem to hear me. I called her name again, louder this time, but she remained motionless. That's when I noticed she was humming, the same tune I'd heard the night before, but softer, more subdued. I climbed down into the tank. The dust that covered the bottom was warm and fine, like talcum powder. It clung to my boots and rose in small clouds with each step. As I got closer to Jenny, I could see that her lips were moving, not just humming but forming words. I couldn't make out what she was saying at first, but as I knelt beside her, the words became clearer. She was reciting names. Not just any names, but the names of people from town. People I knew. People who had lived here for years, decades even. But she was saying them wrong, like she was reading from a list she didn't understand. "Jenny," I said again, reaching out to touch her shoulder. The moment my hand made contact, her eyes snapped open. They were her eyes, but they were also wrong. The color was right, the shape was familiar, but there was something behind them that hadn't been there before. Or maybe something that had been there was now gone. "Sheriff?" she said, and her voice was her own but with an odd echo, like she was speaking from the bottom of a well. "What are you doing here, Jenny? Your parents are worried sick." She looked around the tank like she was seeing it for the first time. I don't know. I was walking, And then I heard the music. It was so beautiful, Sheriff. Like nothing I'd ever heard before. What music? The humming. It was calling to me. I had to come see where it was coming from. I helped her to her feet, and we climbed out of the tank together. But as we descended the ladder, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Jenny's feet were clean. Perfectly clean. She'd been walking barefoot across grass and dirt, had climbed a rusty ladder, and had been sitting in a dusty tank, but her feet were as clean as if she just stepped out of a bathtub. By the time we reached the bottom of the ladder, she seemed more like herself. The strange echo in her voice was gone, and she was asking the kinds of questions you'd expect from a confused teenager who'd just been found sitting in an empty water tank. "How did I get here?" she kept asking. "Why can't I remember?" I drove her home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something important had happened up there. Something I didn't understand. Jenny's parents were relieved to have her back, but they were also confused. She couldn't remember anything about the previous night, couldn't explain how she'd ended up at the water tower or why she'd taken off her shoes. Over the next few days, I kept a close eye on her. She went back to school, back to her job at the library, back to her normal routine. But there were small changes. She seemed quieter than before, more thoughtful. She'd pause in the middle of conversations, like she was listening to something nobody else could hear. And sometimes, when she didn't think anyone was looking, she'd stare off in the direction of the water tower with an expression I couldn't quite read. 2 weeks later, it happened again. This time it was Mike Thompson, a local farmer who'd lived in town his whole life. His wife found his truck parked at the base of the water tower hill, keys still in the ignition, but Mike was nowhere to be found. We searched for hours before someone thought to check the tower itself. I climbed the ladder again, and again I found the access hatch standing open. Mike was inside, sitting in the same position Jenny had been in, humming the same strange tune. But when I called his name, he didn't respond at all. He just sat there, eyes closed, humming and swaying slightly back and forth. It took 3 of us to get him down. He was conscious but unresponsive, like he was sleepwalking. We took him to the county hospital, but the doctors couldn't find anything wrong with him. All his tests came back normal. He was physically healthy, mentally alert, but he couldn't remember anything about the previous 24 hours. That's when I started to notice the pattern. Both Jenny and Mike had been regular climbers. Not of the water tower specifically, but of trees, hills, buildings, anything that could be climbed. Jenny had been on the high school climbing team, and Mike had been a telephone lineman before he took over his family's farm. Both of them were comfortable with heights, unafraid of ladders and ropes. And both of them had started forgetting things. Not big things at first. Jenny couldn't remember the name of her favorite song. Mike forgot how to get to his own back 40, land he'd been farming for 20 years. Small gaps in memory that seemed random and unimportant until you started looking for patterns. But the forgetting got worse. Jenny started having trouble with her schoolwork, not because she couldn't understand the material, but because she couldn't remember what she'd learned the day before. Mike's wife called me one morning, worried because he'd gotten lost coming home from the feed store, a trip he'd made thousands of times over the years. I started keeping a closer watch on the water tower. I parked my cruiser at different vantage points around town, places where I could see the tower but wouldn't be obvious about it. I wanted to know if anyone else was being drawn to it, if there were other climbers I hadn't noticed. That's when I saw Mrs. Henley. She was walking across the field toward the tower, moving with that deliberate slowness that comes with age but also with purpose. I watched her through binoculars as she reached the base of the hill, and then, to my amazement, she started climbing the ladder. I'd never seen a 90-year-old woman climb anything more challenging than a step stool. but Mrs. Henley went up that ladder like she'd been doing it all her life. Steady, sure, taking her time but never hesitating. By the time I'd driven across town and hiked up the hill, she was already at the top. I climbed after her, but when I reached the access hatch, I found it closed and locked. Mrs. Henley was nowhere to be seen. I called her name, pounded on the metal tank, but there was no response. The humming was louder than I'd ever heard it, complex and layered, like a full choir singing in harmonies that shouldn't have been possible. I tried to force the hatch open, but it wouldn't budge. It was like it had been welded shut. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the humming stopped. The hatch opened with a soft click. Mrs. Henley was inside, sitting in the center of the tank with her eyes closed and her hands folded in her lap. She looked peaceful, almost serene, but there was something different about her. She seemed diminished somehow, smaller, like something essential had been drained out of her. "Mrs. Henley?" I called out. She opened her eyes and looked at me with an expression of mild confusion. "Sheriff? What are you doing here? I could ask you the same question. Your family's been looking for you." "My family?" She frowned. "I'm sorry, but I think you have me confused with someone else. I don't have any family." The thing is, Mrs. Henley had 3 children, 8 grandchildren, and more great-grandchildren than I could count. She'd been the matriarch of one of the oldest families in town, a woman who could recite the family tree going back 5 generations. But as I helped her down from the tank, it became clear that she genuinely didn't remember any of them. Not just their names, but their existence. She'd forgotten that she'd ever had children, ever been married, ever been anything other than a woman living alone in a house that was too big for her. That's when I started to understand what the water tower was doing. It wasn't just making people forget recent events or random details. It was taking their connections, their relationships, their sense of belonging to the community. Each time someone climbed that ladder, they lost a piece of themselves, a piece that connected them to the world around them. And once those pieces were gone, they couldn't be gotten back. I started making a list of everyone who'd climbed the tower, everyone who'd been found there or reported missing near it. The list was longer than I'd expected. Over the past few years, nearly 24 people had been found at the tower, all of them sitting in that same position, all of them humming that same impossible tune. And all of them had started forgetting things afterward. Not everyone forgot the same things. Some lost their childhood memories, others their professional skills. A few forgot their own names, their own faces in the mirror. But they all lost something, and they all lost it gradually, like water leaking from a cracked vessel. The worst part was that they didn't seem to mind. Jenny had stopped asking about the things she couldn't remember. Mike had given up farming and taken a job at the gas station, apparently unconcerned that he'd lost 20 years of agricultural knowledge. Mrs. Henley had moved into the senior center, having forgotten that she owned her own house, and she seemed perfectly content with her new life. It was as if the forgetting came with its own peace, its own acceptance of loss. I tried to talk to them about it, but they looked at me like I was the one who was confused. They'd found new lives, new identities, new ways of being in the world. The fact that these new selves were built on the ruins of their old ones didn't seem to matter to them. But it mattered to me. I started researching the history of the land where the tower stood. It wasn't easy. The county records were incomplete, and some of the older documents had been damaged in a fire back in the 70s. But I found enough to piece together a partial picture. The land had been owned by the Malone family for over 100 years. They'd been early settlers, Irish immigrants who'd bought the property cheap because nobody else wanted it. The locals had avoided that particular hill for reasons that the old records described only as superstitions and local beliefs. The Malones had built a house on the property, raised their children there, and lived what seemed to be normal lives. But in 1923, the entire family had disappeared. Not just moved away, disappeared. The house had been found empty, meals still on the table, clothes still in the drawers, but no sign of the family themselves. The property had sat empty for decades after that. Various people had tried to buy it, but the deals always fell through. Plans were made to develop it, but the developers always changed their minds. It was as if the land itself resisted human habitation. Until someone built the water tower. But the more I dug into the records, the more confused I became. There were references to the tower in documents going back to the 1940s, but no record of its construction. It was mentioned in passing, as if it had always been there, but the dates didn't make sense. How could a water tower be referenced in 1947 documents if nobody remembered building it? That's when I found the newspaper clipping. It was tucked away in a folder of miscellaneous documents, a small item from the local paper dated October 15, 1934. The headline read, "Mysterious Structure Appears Overnight." The article was brief, but it described how residents had awakened to find a large metal structure on the hill outside town. Nobody knew where it had come from or who had built it. The local authorities had investigated, but no one claimed responsibility for the construction. The article concluded by noting that the structure appeared to be some kind of water storage facility, and that it would probably be useful for the town. 1934. The water tower had been there for over 60 years, and people had been forgetting about it for just as long. I started looking for other newspaper references, other mentions of the tower in historical documents. What I found was a pattern of forgetting that went back decades. People would notice the tower, investigate its origins, and then gradually stop mentioning it. It was as if the tower had a way of making itself invisible, not physically but mentally. And then I found the journal. It was in a box of documents donated to the Historical Society by the estate of Dr. Edmund Carver, a local physician who'd practiced in town from 1920 to 1965. Most of the papers were medical records and correspondence, but buried in the back of the box was a personal journal covering the years 1934 to 1938. Dr. Carver had been one of the first people to investigate the tower after it appeared. His journal entries showed a progression from scientific curiosity to growing unease to what could only be described as obsession. November 3, 1934, climbed the structure today. Found the interior to be completely empty, but there's something about the acoustics that's quite unusual. Sounds seem to linger longer than they should, creating harmonics that shouldn't be possible in such a space. November 10, 1934, returned to the structure. The humming is definitely real, though I can't determine its source. It seems to be coming from the metal itself, as if the entire structure is somehow resonating. November 17, 1934, I've been having difficulty sleeping since my last visit. Keep hearing fragments of the humming, even when I'm nowhere near the structure. Margaret says I've been talking in my sleep, but I can't remember what I've been saying. December 1, 1934, something is wrong with my memory. I've been forgetting patients' names, losing track of conversations. Yesterday I couldn't remember how to get to the Henderson's farm, a route I've traveled hundreds of times. December 15, 1934, I understand now. The structure isn't just storing water. It's storing something else. Something taken from those who climb its ladder. I should stop going there, but I can't. The humming calls to me. The entries became increasingly erratic after that, with large gaps and passages that didn't make sense. The final entry was dated March 3, 1938. I've forgotten who I am. I know I'm a doctor, but I can't remember my patients, my training, my life before this place. The only thing I remember clearly is the humming, It's beautiful, so beautiful. I think I'll go listen to it one more time. Dr. Carver had been found dead at the base of the water tower on March 4th, 1938. The official cause of death was listed as accidental fall, but his journal suggested otherwise. He'd climbed that ladder one too many times, lost too much of himself to the strange acoustics of the tank, and finally lost the last piece that connected him to life itself. I closed the journal and sat back in my chair. Outside, the afternoon sun was casting long shadows across the town, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the faint sound of humming. I'd been hearing it for weeks now, ever since my first climb up the ladder. At first, I'd thought it was my imagination, but it was getting stronger, more persistent. Sometimes I'd catch myself humming along with it, and I'd have to stop and think about what I was doing. And I'd been forgetting things too. Small things at first. The name of the deputy who'd worked the night shift last month. The details of a case I'd closed the week before. The birthday of my ex-wife, a date I'd remembered for 20 years. But the forgetting was getting worse. I'd driven to the county seat the previous week and gotten lost on the way back, even though I'd made that trip hundreds of times. I'd gone to the diner for coffee and couldn't remember what I usually ordered. I'd tried to call my sister in Denver and couldn't remember her phone number. The water tower was taking me, just like it had taken the others. I could feel it happening, could sense the slow erosion of my memories, my connections, my sense of self. And the worst part was that I was starting not to care. Each piece that disappeared left behind a sense of peace, a freedom from the weight of the past. But I wasn't ready to let go. Not yet. I had to do something, had to find a way to stop the tower from taking anyone else. But every time I tried to think of a solution, the humming would start up again, and my thoughts would drift away like smoke. I made a decision. I would climb the tower one more time, but this time I would be prepared. I would record everything, document what I found, leave evidence that couldn't be forgotten even if I was. I waited until after midnight, when the town was asleep and the streets were empty. I drove to the base of the hill and parked my cruiser where it would be visible from the road. I left a note on the dashboard, explaining where I'd gone and why. Then I started climbing. The ladder felt warm under my hands, warmer than the cool night air should have allowed. The humming started as soon as I began to climb, soft at first but growing stronger with each rung. By the time I was halfway up, it was almost overwhelming, a complex symphony of harmonies that seemed to resonate in my bones. The access hatch was open, waiting for me. I climbed inside and found myself in a space that was both exactly what I'd expected and completely impossible. The tank was circular, maybe 20 feet across, with walls that curved up to meet overhead. But the walls weren't just metal. They were covered with something that looked like writing, symbols carved into the surface that seemed to shift and change in the beam of my flashlight. And floating in the center of the space, suspended somehow without any visible support, was a sphere of what looked like liquid light. The humming was coming from the sphere. As I watched, it pulsed with each note, changing color and intensity like a visual representation of sound. It was beautiful and terrible and completely impossible, and I knew I was looking at something that had no business existing in the world I understood. I reached out to touch it. The moment my fingers made contact, the world exploded into sensation. I could hear every sound that had ever been made in the town below, could see every memory that had ever been formed in the minds of its residents. I could feel the weight of decades of forgetting, the accumulated mass of lost connections and abandoned histories. And I could see the truth. The water tower wasn't just taking memories. It was collecting them, storing them, preserving them in a way that no human mind could manage. Every forgotten name, every lost love, every abandoned dream, they were all here, suspended in the impossible space of the tank, waiting. But waiting for what? The answer came to me like a whisper, like a voice speaking directly into my mind. The tower was a repository, a library of human experience. It was gathering the memories of the town, collecting them piece by piece, because something was coming. Something that would need those memories, that would use them to understand what it meant to be human. The sphere pulsed brighter, and I felt another wave of sensation wash over me. This time, I could see the future. I could see the town as it would be when the collection was complete, when every resident had climbed the ladder and given up their past. I could see the empty streets, the abandoned buildings, the silence that would fall when there was no one left to remember. And I could see what would come after. They would arrive like shadows, like whispers, like dreams half remembered. They would walk through the empty streets and inhabit the abandoned buildings, and they would use the collected memories to understand how to be human. They would learn our names, our faces, our histories. They would become us, in every way that mattered. Except for one thing. They would never forget. I tried to pull my hand away from the sphere, but I couldn't move. The light was spreading up my arm, and with it came a terrible understanding. I was becoming part of the collection, part of the repository of human experience that would guide the transformation to come. But I still had one last choice to make. I could let it happen, could allow myself to be absorbed into the collective memory of the town. My experiences would become part of the record, my understanding would help shape whatever came next. Or I could fight it. I could try to maintain my individual identity, my separate existence, my stubborn refusal to be anything other than what I was. I chose to fight. I pulled my hand away from the sphere with an effort that felt like tearing myself in half. The light followed me, clinging to my fingers like liquid fire, but I managed to break free. The humming became a shriek, a sound of frustration and rage that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I stumbled toward the access hatch, but the opening was no longer there. The walls had become smooth, seamless, trapping me in the tank with the impossible sphere and its collection of stolen memories. But I'd been a sheriff for a long time, and I'd learned that sometimes the only way out of a bad situation is to make it worse. I drew my service weapon and fired 6 shots into the sphere. The bullets passed through it like it was made of water, but something happened anyway. The light flickered, dimmed, and for a moment I could see cracks spreading across its surface like a broken mirror. The humming became a wail, then a whisper, then silence. The sphere collapsed in on itself and disappeared. The access hatch reappeared, and I climbed out of the tank as fast as I could. But as I descended the ladder, I could feel the tower shaking beneath me. The metal groaned and creaked, and I could hear sounds coming from inside the tank that no metal structure should have been able to make. I reached the ground just as the tower began to fall. It didn't collapse like a normal structure would have. Instead, it seemed to dissolve, to fade away like a mirage. The metal became transparent, then translucent, then disappeared entirely. Within moments, there was nothing left but an empty hill and the sound of wind through the grass. I stood there for a long time, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The tower was gone, and with it, the strange humming that had haunted the town for decades. Over the following weeks, people started remembering things. Jenny got her memories back gradually, like someone slowly turning up the volume on a radio. Mike remembered how to farm, how to find his way around land he'd worked for 20 years. Mrs. Henley remembered her family, her children, her long life in the town. But they also remembered the tower. We all did. Suddenly, it was as if a fog had lifted, and we could see clearly what had been happening to us. The memory gaps, the forgotten connections, the slow erosion of our sense of self, it all made sense now. Most people were grateful to have their memories back, but some weren't. They missed the peace that came with forgetting, The simplicity of a life unburdened by the weight of the past. A few of them left town, looking for something they couldn't name, something they'd lost when the tower disappeared. I stayed, but I was different. The experience in the tank had changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. Sometimes I remember things that didn't happen to me, experiences that belonged to other people. I'll be walking down the street and suddenly know what it was like to be Mrs. Henley at age 9, or Mike Thompson on his wedding day, or Dr. Carver in his final moments. I think I absorbed some of the collective memory when I touched the sphere. Not all of it, but enough to know that we were lucky. The tower was almost full, almost ready to complete its collection and summon whatever was waiting to take our place. But it's gone now, and we're safe. The town is normal again, as normal as any small, isolated place can be. The hill where the tower stood is empty, covered with grass that grows higher and greener than anywhere else in the county. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I drive out there and sit in my cruiser, looking at the empty hill. I listen for the humming, but I never hear it. I watch for signs that something is coming back, but I never see any. But I keep watching anyway. Because I learned something in that tank, something that the collected memories of the town taught me. The things we forget don't just disappear. They wait. They gather strength in the dark corners of our minds, in the spaces between remembering and forgetting. And sometimes, when the conditions are right, they come back. The water tower is gone, but the need it served remains. Somewhere, something is still waiting to understand what it means to be human. Somewhere, something is still collecting the pieces of our lives, our loves, our losses. I don't know when it will try again, or how, or where. But I know it will try. And when it does, I'll be watching. That's the thing about being sheriff in a small town. You learn to pay attention to the things that don't belong, the things that don't make sense, the things that everybody else forgets. You learn to remember, even when forgetting would be easier. Even when forgetting would be a blessing. End of recording. Sheriff's note. This account was recorded on June 15, 2025, 20 years after the events described. The location of the water tower has been marked as a restricted area, though no official explanation has been provided to county authorities. Residents of Millbrook have been advised to report any unusual structures or sounds in the area immediately. The investigation remains open. The horses stopped coming down from the hills that summer, and nobody had a good reason why. I've been sheriff of Millbrook County for 37 years now, and I've seen my share of peculiar things. Dead cows arranged in perfect circles. Windows that won't stay latched no matter how many times you fix the hardware. Children who wake up speaking languages that died out before their grandparents were born. But that summer of '87 still sits in my gut like a stone that won't digest. It started with the Hendricks Ranch. Old Pete had been running cattle in Cedar Valley for the better part of 4 decades, and his horses, a dozen sturdy quarter horses that knew those hills better than most people know their own backyard, just stopped coming home. Not all at once, mind you. That would have been too obvious, too clean for whatever was working its way through our little corner of nowhere. First it was Dancer, a mare with a white blaze that Pete's daughter had trained herself. Then Buckshot and Red, 2 geldings that had never strayed more than a mile from the ranch house in all their born days. By the 3rd week of July, Pete was down to 6 horses, and those 6 wouldn't go anywhere near the valley trail that led up into the pine country. I drove out to see him on a Tuesday morning when the air was so still it felt like the world was holding its breath. Pete was standing by his fence, staring up at the tree line with the kind of look a man gets when he's trying to solve a puzzle that doesn't want solving. "They won't cross the creek anymore," he said without turning around. "Smart animals, horses. Smarter than we give them credit for." I followed his gaze up towards Cedar Valley. The morning sun was hitting the slopes just right, turning the pines a deep emerald that should have been beautiful. Instead, something about the way the light fell made my skin crawl. The shadows between the trees seemed too dark, too deep, like they were reaching down into the earth instead of just lying on top of it. "When did you first notice something was off?" I asked. Pete spat into the dust. 3, maybe 4 weeks back. Dancer came home with burrs in her mane from trees that don't grow anywhere near where I sent her. Lodgepole pine burrs, the kind you only find up past Miller's Creek. But I sent her to check the south pasture, nowhere near that country. He paused, rubbing his jaw with a hand that had known 60 years of hard work. Then there was the smell. I knew about smells. In my line of work, you learn to pay attention to odors that don't belong. The metallic tang that hangs around a fresh crime scene. The sweet sick smell of something that's been dead too long. The sharp ozone scent that comes before a bad storm. What kind of smell? Like turned earth. Rich and loamy, but wrong somehow. Too rich, if that makes sense. Like soil that's been fed too well. Pete's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. And underneath that, something else. Something I can't quite name. I spent the rest of that morning walking the perimeter of Pete's property, looking for tracks, broken fences, anything that might explain where 6 horses had gotten to. What I found instead made me wish I'd stayed in town. The creek that ran along the edge of Cedar Valley had changed course. Not by much, maybe 10, 15 feet at most. But I'd been fishing that creek since I was 12 years old, and I knew every bend, every pool, every fallen log that created a natural dam. The water was running in a channel that shouldn't have existed, cutting through ground that had been solid pasture the last time I'd been out this way. More troubling was what I found in the old creek bed. The stones that had lined the bottom were still there, but they were arranged in patterns that water doesn't make. Spirals and crescents, shapes that looked almost like letters from an alphabet I'd never seen. The mud between them had dried in strange formations, peaks and valleys that cast shadows even in the direct sunlight. I took photographs, though I'm not sure why. Maybe because documenting the impossible is the only way to prove to yourself that you're not losing your mind. The camera seemed to weigh more than usual as I worked, and every shot sounded too loud in the stillness of the valley. That evening, I called the state veterinarian and asked about diseases that might make livestock behave strangely. He rattled off a list of possibilities: neurological disorders, poisoning from eating the wrong plants, parasites that affected brain function. None of it sounded right, but I made notes anyway. When you're grasping at straws, you grab every one you can reach. The next morning brought the first missing person report. Sarah Hendricks, Pete's daughter, the one who trained Dancer, hadn't come home from her morning ride. Her horse, a reliable gelding named Tucker, was found standing in the yard with his reins dragging and his eyes rolled back white with fear. There were scratches on his flanks, thin parallel lines that looked like they'd been made by thorns, but the scratches formed patterns too regular to be accidental. I organized a search party, though finding volunteers proved harder than expected. Word travels fast in a small town, and by then everyone had heard about Pete's missing horses and the strange smells coming from Cedar Valley. The men who did show up moved through the woods like they were walking through a graveyard, speaking in whispers and jumping at every snapped twig. We found Sarah's hat about 2 miles up the valley trail, hanging from a branch at exactly eye level. Not caught there by accident, placed there, like someone wanted us to know they'd been that way. Beyond that point, the trail seemed to shift and change every time we looked away. Paths that should have led to familiar clearings dead-ended at rock walls that hadn't been there the day before. Game trails that we'd all walked dozens of times suddenly branched off in directions that didn't exist on any map. By afternoon, half the search party had complained of nausea and disorientation. Two men swore they'd seen their own footprints leading away from places they'd never been. I called off the search at sunset, though it went against every instinct I had as both a lawman and a human being. That night, I sat in my office going through old files, looking for anything that might explain what was happening in Cedar Valley. What I found in the county records made my blood run cold. The land had a history. In 1923, a family named Morrison had tried to homestead in the valley. They'd lasted 3 months before abandoning their cabin and fleeing south, leaving behind everything they owned. The county clerk's notes mentioned crop failures and livestock disturbances, but reading between the lines, it was clear the Morrisons had been driven out by something they couldn't or wouldn't name. Before that, in 1894, a logging operation had set up camp near what was now Miller's Creek. The company records, filed with the territorial government, showed that work had stopped abruptly in September of that year. 23 lumberjacks had simply walked away from their jobs, leaving behind wagons full of cut timber and equipment worth thousands of dollars. The foreman's final report contained only one line: "The land will not suffer our presence." And before that, going back to the earliest territorial surveys, there were gaps. Sections of Cedar Valley that were marked on some maps and missing from others. Survey stakes that were found miles from where they'd been placed. Compass readings that didn't match from one day to the next. The valley had been swallowing people and animals for the better part of a century, and somehow, we'd all managed to forget. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I sat on my front porch, watching the tree line and thinking about patterns. About the way the creek had moved. About the scratches on Tucker's flanks. About Sarah's hat hanging at exactly the right height for someone to see. Whatever was in Cedar Valley, it wanted to be noticed. It was calling attention to itself, marking its territory like an animal preparing for something. The question was, what? The answer came 3 days later, when the Garrison family disappeared. Tom Garrison ran the gas station on the edge of town, and his wife Emma taught 3rd grade at the elementary school. They had 2 boys, ages 8 and 10, and they lived in a neat white house about a quarter mile from the valley's southern edge. On Thursday morning, a customer found the gas station open but empty, the register still full of money and Tom's coffee still warm on the counter. I found their house the same way, doors open, lights on, breakfast half eaten on the kitchen table. The boys' beds were unmade, but their clothes were still in the dresser drawers. Emma's purse was on the counter, Tom's wallet on the nightstand. If they'd left, they'd done it without taking anything they'd need to survive. But they hadn't left. I knew that the moment I walked into their backyard and saw the garden. The Garrisons had planted vegetables in neat rows: tomatoes, beans, squash, the kind of practical garden that feeds a family through the winter. But sometime between Tuesday evening and Thursday morning, those rows had rearranged themselves. The plants were still there, still healthy, but they'd been moved into the same spiral patterns I'd seen in the old creek bed. More disturbing was the soil. It was the deep, rich black of earth that's been composted for years, but underneath that richness was something else. A smell that reminded me of Pete's description, but stronger now. Soil that had been fed too well. I spent the rest of that day going door to door, asking if anyone had seen the Garrisons leave, if anyone had heard strange noises in the night. What I got instead were stories that people had been keeping to themselves, too afraid or too embarrassed to report. Mrs. Chin had seen lights moving through the valley at night, but not the steady beams of flashlights or lanterns. These lights pulsed and flowed like water, casting shadows that moved independently of their source. Young Billy Kowalski swore he'd heard music coming from the hills, not human music, but something that sounded like wind instruments played in harmonies that made his teeth ache. The Reverend Williams mentioned that several of his parishioners had complained of dreams about walking through forests where the trees grew downward, their roots reaching toward a sky that was made of soil instead of air. And everyone mentioned the smell. That rich, loamy odor that seemed to seep from the ground itself, getting stronger every day. By Friday evening, I knew we were dealing with something beyond normal law enforcement. I called the state police, but when I tried to explain the situation, my words came out wrong. The more I talked, the less sense I seemed to make, until even I began to doubt what I'd seen. That night, I drove out to the edge of Cedar Valley and parked where the old logging road began. I sat in my patrol car with the windows down, listening to the darkness and trying to understand what was happening to my town. The sounds began around midnight. At first, it was just the normal chorus of a summer night: crickets, owls, the distant rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. But gradually, other sounds began to weave themselves into the symphony. The whisper of footsteps on paths that led nowhere. The soft percussion of soil falling from great heights. And underneath it all, a sound like breathing, slow, deep, rhythmic, as if the earth itself were drawing breath. I got out of the car and walked to the tree line, my flashlight beam cutting through air that seemed thicker than it should be. The smell was overwhelming now, that rich earth scent mixed with something that reminded me of growing things and decay all at once. 20 feet into the woods, I found the first grave. It wasn't marked, but the soil was disturbed in a perfect rectangle, 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. The dirt had been replaced carefully, but it was the wrong color, too dark, too rich, like it had come from somewhere much deeper than a normal grave should go. I counted 17 more before I stopped looking. They were arranged in rows, like crops in a field, and each one was surrounded by plants that didn't belong in these woods. Tropical ferns that should have died in the mountain cold. Flowering vines that I'd never seen before, with blooms that seemed to glow with their own light. And vegetables, tomatoes, beans, squash, the same varieties the Garrisons had been growing in their backyard. I understood then. The missing horses, the missing people, they weren't gone. They were still here, feeding the soil, making it rich and black and fertile. The valley was farming us, growing us like we grew our crops, and we'd been too blind to see it. I ran back to my car, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. But when I reached the road, it wasn't where I'd left it. The asphalt curved away in a direction that didn't match my memory, leading to places I'd never seen before. My patrol car sat in the same spot, but the mountains around it had rearranged themselves while I wasn't looking. I drove anyway, following roads that shouldn't exist, past houses that were dark and empty. The radio crackled with static, and occasionally I caught fragments of voices speaking in languages I didn't recognize. My fuel gauge read full no matter how far I drove, and the odometer stayed locked at the same number. Dawn found me parked in front of the sheriff's station, though I have no memory of how I got there. The building looked the same from the outside, but when I went inside, the walls were covered with maps I'd never seen before. Maps of Cedar Valley that showed it stretching for hundreds of miles, encompassing towns and cities that didn't exist. And in the center of each map, a blank space marked only with the words, "Feeding ground." I left town that day, packed everything I could fit in my truck and drove south until I reached a place where the soil was dry and sandy, where nothing grew without coaxing and care. I told myself I was taking early retirement, that 37 years of law enforcement was enough for any man. But sometimes, late at night, I dream about rich black earth and plants that grow in spirals. I dream about lights that move like water and music that makes your bones ache. And when I wake up, there's dirt under my fingernails, though I always go to bed with clean hands. Last week, I saw a news report about a small town in Montana where the local livestock had started behaving strangely. The reporter mentioned that several families had left the area suddenly, abandoning their homes and belongings. The story lasted maybe 30 seconds before moving on to sports scores and weather. I know the signs now. I know what's coming. The valley is spreading. And sometimes, when the wind is just right, I swear I can smell that rich, dark earth calling me home.